Welcome, weary travelers of cursed energy, to the infinite labyrinth of a master strategist's ultimate gambit. Tonight, we drift through the complete chronicle of the Culling game, where ancient ambitions and modern desperation converge in a ritual that would reshape the very essence of humanity itself. This is the story of a 1,000-year plan finally set into motion, of innocent souls transformed into unwilling players, and of bonds tested in the crucible of impossible choices. So settle into the darkness. Let your breathing slow to match the rhythm of barriers humming with accumulated malice, and allow yourself to drift as we explore the deadliest game ever conceived. For 1,000 years, a single mind had wandered through the corridors of human history, wearing different faces but nurturing the same impossible dream. Kenjaku had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth of new philosophies, the evolution of cursed energy from crude manifestation to refined art. Through each century, each lifetime borrowed from corpses whose consent had never been sought, he had refined a vision so audacious that even the most ambitious sorcerers of previous eras would have dismissed it as the delusion of someone who had lived too long and learned too much. The plan that now approached its culmination was not the product of sudden inspiration, but the result of methodical preparation that spanned longer than most civilizations had existed. Every binding vow he had crafted with ancient sorcerers, every cursed object he had created to house their consciousness, every strategic alliance and betrayal had been calculated steps toward this singular moment when humanity would transcend its current limitations through forced evolution. The theoretical foundation of his masterwork rested on a fundamental disagreement with the approach that Yuki Tsukumo had advocated throughout her career as a special grade sorcerer, where she had sought to eliminate cursed energy entirely, believing that equality could only be achieved by removing the supernatural divide between ordinary humans and sorcerers. Kenjaku viewed such thinking as tragically limited in scope and ambition. The power that flowed through certain individuals was not a problem to be solved, but potential to be optimized, refined, and ultimately transcended through methods that conventional morality would never permit. Yuki's philosophy, while admirable in its desire to create a more equitable world, failed to recognize the magnificent possibilities that lay beyond simple equality. Her research into the nature of cursed energy had led her to conclude that its elimination would create a world where all humans existed on the same fundamental level, where the accidents of birth and spiritual development could no longer create insurmountable hierarchies between the gifted and the ordinary. The vision was compassionate but ultimately small, focused on solving immediate problems rather than embracing the transformative potential that chaos and conflict could unleash. Kenjaku understood that cursed energy was not merely supernatural power, but the raw material of evolution itself, the force through which consciousness could be shaped, refined, and elevated beyond the limitations that had constrained human development since the species first achieved self-awareness. The inequality between sorcerers and ordinary humans was not an injustice to be corrected, but evidence of potential that had barely begun to be explored, possibilities that could only be fully realized through approaches that transcended conventional moral frameworks. The methodology that would make his vision possible had been refined through centuries of observation and experimentation, beginning with the binding vows he had crafted with the most powerful sorcerers of previous eras. These were not simple agreements between colleagues, but complex spiritual contracts that allowed consciousness to persist beyond physical death, preserving not just technique and knowledge, but the essential spark that made exceptional individuals worthy of preservation for future use. Each cursed object that housed these ancient souls had been created with meticulous attention to the specific requirements of reincarnation, understanding that the process of returning consciousness to physical form required perfect synchronization between spiritual essence and material vessel. The sorcerers who had agreed to these arrangements had been motivated by various desires. Some sought immortality, others craved the opportunity to test their abilities against opponents who had not yet been born. Many simply refused to accept that death marked the end of their capacity to influence the world through personal power and will. The beauty of these binding vows lay not just in their preservation of exceptional individuals, but in their preparation for the specific circumstances that the culling game would create. Each reincarnated sorcerer would emerge into the modern world with their original techniques intact, but their understanding shaped by contemporary knowledge, creating hybrid beings who possessed both ancient wisdom and modern adaptability. They would be perfect participants in a conflict that demanded both historical perspective and tactical innovation. But even these carefully preserved souls would have been insufficient to provide the energy necessary for the merger ritual that represented Kenjaku's ultimate objective. The transformation he envisioned required participation from far more individuals than the small population of sorcerers could provide, necessitating methods for converting ordinary humans into viable sources of cursed energy through techniques that previous generations had considered too dangerous or morally compromising to attempt. The solution had presented itself through Mahito's idol transfiguration technique, acquired along with the consciousness of every cursed spirit that Suguru Geto had absorbed during his years as a curse manipulator. The technique that had allowed Mahito to reshape human souls according to his whims could be modified and deployed on a massive scale, transforming selected individuals into sorcerers whose cursed energy would serve the greater purpose of species evolution. The process was not gentle or consensual, involving fundamental alteration of consciousness and spiritual architecture that many subjects would not survive intact. Those who had been force-fed cursed objects experienced physical transformation that prepared their bodies to serve as vessels for reincarnated consciousness, while others underwent neurological adjustment that granted them access to cursed techniques without the benefit of natural development or proper training. The selection criteria for these transformations had been refined through decades of observation and analysis, identifying individuals whose spiritual compatibility and psychological resilience made them suitable candidates for forced awakening. Some possessed latent potential that required only activation to bloom into genuine ability, while others were chosen specifically for their capacity to serve as vessels for consciousness that belonged to different eras and philosophical frameworks. The geographic distribution of these newly awakened sorcerers had been carefully planned to ensure optimal energy flow through the barrier network that would define the culling game's operational parameters. Each colony would contain sufficient participants to generate the cursed energy necessary for the ritual, while maintaining the competitive balance required to sustain prolonged conflict. The deaths that would inevitably result from this arrangement were not casualties but contributions, individual sacrifices that would enable collective transcendence. The barriers themselves represented perhaps the most sophisticated application of barrier technique in recorded history, creating isolated spaces where the normal rules governing cursed energy could be modified to serve the specific requirements of energy accumulation and refinement. Each colony was connected to the others through underground channels that allowed power to flow from western starting points toward eastern collection areas, creating a circuit that encompassed the entirety of Japan while remaining invisible to ordinary observation. The ritual that these preparations would make possible transcended every previous attempt at large-scale spiritual transformation, drawing inspiration from techniques that dated back to the earliest days of organized Jujutsu practice, while incorporating innovations that reflected centuries of accumulated knowledge about the relationship between consciousness, cursed energy, The merger between Master Tengen and humanity would not simply combine individual souls, but create something entirely new, a collective consciousness that retained access to the accumulated experiences and abilities of every participant. The philosophical implications of this transformation extended far beyond simple power augmentation toward fundamental questions about the nature of individual identity and collective existence. The new entity that would emerge from the merger process would possess capabilities that transcended anything that individual consciousness could achieve, but it would also represent the end of human experience as it had been understood throughout recorded history. Kenjaku's vision of this future was not clouded by sentiment or attachment to traditional concepts of personal identity and individual agency. He understood that the transformation would involve the dissolution of everything that currently defined human existence, but he viewed this dissolution as liberation rather than destruction, freedom from the limitations that had prevented the species from achieving its full potential. The resistance that his plan would inevitably encounter was expected and even welcomed, understanding that opposition would create the conflict necessary to generate sufficient cursed energy for the ritual, while providing opportunities to test the capabilities of both ancient and modern participants. The strongest contemporary sorcerers would serve as catalysts for the transformation process, their battles against overwhelming odds creating the precise conditions necessary for evolutionary advancement. The irony that his greatest obstacle had been Satoru Gojo, whose limitless technique and six eyes represented the pinnacle of individual power within the current system, was not lost on someone who had spent centuries observing the cyclical nature of strength and weakness in human affairs. Gojo's elimination had required elaborate planning and psychological manipulation, but it had also demonstrated the fundamental vulnerability that accompanied even absolute power when it was constrained by emotional attachments and moral considerations. The capture of the world's strongest sorcerer had been necessary not just for tactical reasons, but as proof that individual strength, regardless of its magnitude, was insufficient to prevent the kind of systematic change that careful planning and patient execution could achieve. Even gods could be defeated by sufficiently clever mortals who understood that victory belonged not to the strongest but to the most thoroughly prepared. The merger ritual that would follow the Culling Game's conclusion would represent the culmination of everything that Kenjaku had learned during his millennium of existence, the practical application of knowledge that had been acquired through countless lifetimes of observation, experimentation, and strategic thinking. The entity that emerged from this process would possess not just overwhelming power but understanding that transcended the limitations that had constrained every previous attempt at spiritual evolution. The world that would exist after the merger would bear no resemblance to current reality, shaped by consciousness that operated according to principles that ordinary human understanding could not comprehend. The suffering that the transformation would cause was regrettable but necessary. Temporary pain that would enable permanent transcendence for those who survived the process of collective evolution. Kenjaku's satisfaction with his approaching triumph was not the satisfaction of someone who had achieved personal victory, but the contentment of an artist who had finally completed a masterpiece that had required centuries of preparation and refinement. The Culling Game was not merely a tactical exercise, but the final movement in a symphony of destruction and creation that would reshape the fundamental nature of existence itself. The patience that had sustained him through 1,000 years of preparation was finally approaching its reward. The vision that had guided every decision and sacrifice throughout his extended existence, moving from theoretical possibility toward practical reality. The greatest experiment in human history was about to begin, and he would be present to witness the birth of something unprecedented in its scope and implications. The ancient sorcerers who had made binding vows with him centuries earlier would soon discover whether their faith in his vision had been justified, while the modern participants who had been thrust into his game without their consent would learn that individual choice was less important than collective destiny when evolution demanded fundamental change. The merger would begin soon, and with it, the transformation of everything that had ever existed into something greater, more perfect, and infinitely more powerful than the sum of its individual components. The Culling game was merely the prologue to humanity's next chapter, written in cursed energy and bound by the will of someone who had lived long enough to understand that progress required the courage to abandon everything familiar in pursuit of something unprecedented. The architecture of the Culling game represented a masterpiece of supernatural engineering that transformed the entire nation of Japan into a carefully orchestrated battlefield where ancient ambitions could finally be realized through modern methodology. The 10 colonies that served as the game's operational theaters were not arbitrary divisions, but precisely calculated zones of influence, each positioned to maximize the flow of cursed energy, while creating the competitive dynamics necessary to sustain prolonged conflict among participants, whose cooperation would have rendered the entire exercise meaningless. The barrier network that enclosed each colony was constructed using techniques that drew upon centuries of accumulated knowledge about the manipulation of space and spiritual energy, creating boundaries that were simultaneously impermeable to unauthorized passage and perfectly transparent to the cursed energy that needed to flow between zones for the ritual's ultimate success. These barriers represented evolution beyond traditional boundary techniques, incorporating innovations that allowed for selective permeability, based on criteria that extended far beyond simple physical presence or spiritual strength. The western starting point of this elaborate network began in areas where cursed energy could be most efficiently collected and refined, while the eastern terminus provided optimal conditions for the accumulation and concentration necessary for the merger ritual that represented the game's true purpose. The path that connected these points followed ley lines of spiritual significance that had been mapped and studied for generations, ancient channels of power that could be modified to serve contemporary requirements through careful application of barrier manipulation techniques. Each colony operated according to rules that bound every participant, including the architect of the game himself, through binding vows that made disobedience literally impossible, rather than merely inadvisable. These regulations were not suggestions or guidelines, but absolute laws that governed behavior through supernatural enforcement mechanisms that made violation equivalent to spiritual suicide. The comprehensive nature of these restrictions ensured that even Kenjaku could not modify the game's fundamental structure once it had been activated, creating a system that would continue operating regardless of his personal survival or continued involvement. The first rule that governed participation established the temporal framework within which newly awakened sorcerers had to acknowledge their involvement in the conflict, allowing 19 days from the moment of technique manifestation for individuals to declare their participation at a colony of their choosing. This grace period was not mercy, but practical necessity. Understanding that forced awakening required time for psychological adjustment and basic competency development that would make meaningful participation possible, rather than simply providing easy targets for more experienced opponents. The consequences of failing to meet this deadline were outlined in the second rule, which prescribed cursed technique removal as the penalty for non-participation. This enforcement mechanism was designed to eliminate individuals who might attempt to use their newly granted abilities for purposes unrelated to the game's objectives, ensuring that every awakened sorcerer would contribute either through active participation or through the cursed energy released by their elimination. The terminology was clinical, but the reality was absolute. Those who refused to play would simply cease to exist as conscious entities. The third rule addressed the integration of individuals who had not been specifically selected for awakening, but who entered colony boundaries through accident, design, or curiosity. The moment of entry transformed these people into players regardless of their intentions or capabilities, creating a mechanism that could expand the participant pool while ensuring that no information about the game's true nature could leak to the outside world through casual observers who might otherwise witness events they were never meant to see. The exception built into this rule acknowledged that some individuals might find themselves within colony boundaries through circumstances beyond their control, providing a single opportunity for departure that would exempt them from participation requirements. This provision was practical rather than compassionate, recognizing that forcing completely unprepared individuals into deadly conflict would reduce the quality of combat and energy generation that the ritual required. However, once someone had chosen to remain or had been present when the barriers activated, their fate became inseparable from the game's ultimate resolution. The fourth rule established the fundamental mechanism through which the conflict would generate the cursed energy necessary for Kenjaku's ritual, requiring participants to earn points through the elimination of other players. This regulation transformed every interaction between sorcerers into potential combat, ensuring that cooperation would be temporary at best while creating incentives for the kind of sustained violence that would produce optimal energy output throughout the game's duration. The point values assigned by the fifth rule reflected careful analysis of the cursed energy potential that different categories of participants could contribute to the overall ritual. Sorcerers, whether naturally awakened or artificially enhanced, were valued at 5 points each, acknowledging their superior energy output and the greater challenge involved in their elimination. Non-sorcerers received a base value of 1 point, reflecting their limited but still meaningful contribution to the energy requirements, while ensuring that no participant would be considered worthless within the game's economic structure. The sixth rule introduced the possibility of systemic modification through player initiative, allowing individuals who had accumulated 100 points to propose new regulations for integration into the game's governing framework. This mechanism served multiple purposes, providing incentives for sustained participation while creating opportunities for tactical adaptation that would prevent the conflict from becoming predictable or stagnant. The cost was sufficiently high to ensure that rule changes would be proposed only by participants who had demonstrated serious commitment to the game's objectives through successful combat performance. The seventh rule established the parameters within which proposed modifications would be evaluated, requiring the game master to accept any suggestion that did not fundamentally alter the conflict's duration or compromise its primary objectives. This regulation created a framework for evolution within stability, allowing tactical adjustments while preventing changes that might undermine the energy generation requirements or temporal constraints that govern the merger ritual's preparation. The distinction between acceptable and unacceptable modifications required sophisticated analysis of each proposal's long-term implications. The eighth and final rule created a mechanism for eliminating participants who might attempt to avoid meaningful engagement while still technically fulfilling their obligations under the game's basic requirements. Players whose point totals remained unchanged for 19 days would be subject to curse technique removal, ensuring that survival required active participation rather than passive avoidance of conflict. This regulation prevented individuals from hiding within colony boundaries while contributing nothing to the energy generation that justified their continued existence. The Kogane Shikigami that served as interfaces between players and the game's governing system represented sophisticated applications of artificial consciousness that could process complex requests while maintaining absolute adherence to the regulatory framework that bound their operations. These creatures were not mere messengers, but autonomous entities capable of interpreting ambiguous situations according to established precedents, while providing information and services that facilitated meaningful participation in the competitive environment. The relationship between Kogan and players was designed to be collaborative rather than adversarial, with the Shikigami serving as guides and advisors who could explain the implications of various tactical choices while maintaining strict neutrality regarding strategic decisions that fell within acceptable parameters. Their knowledge of other participants was comprehensive, but governed by information-sharing protocols that balanced competitive fairness against the transparency necessary for informed decision-making. The point accumulation system that drove player behavior was elegantly simple in its basic structure but sophisticated in its implementation, creating incentives that encouraged both individual excellence and strategic cooperation depending on circumstances and objectives. Players could transfer points between themselves, pool resources for major rule changes, or hoard their accumulations for personal advancement, with each choice carrying implications that extended far beyond immediate tactical considerations. The game master that oversaw these complex interactions operated according to programming that resembled consciousness, but was actually sophisticated rule-based processing, designed to handle every conceivable situation that might arise during the conflict's progression. This entity was simultaneously omnipresent and constrained, capable of instantaneous communication with every participant, while remaining bound by the same regulatory framework that governed player behavior. Its decisions were final but predictable, based on logical analysis of established precedents rather than arbitrary interpretation of ambiguous situations. The binding nature of participation meant that even voluntary withdrawal from active combat did not exempt players from the game's ultimate resolution, with point totals and rule compliance determining survival rather than personal preferences about continued involvement. This system created psychological pressure that intensified over time, as initial reluctance to engage in deadly combat was gradually overcome by the understanding that passivity was indistinguishable from suicide under the game's governing logic. The colony boundaries themselves were marvels of barrier technique that created isolated environments where normal societal rules ceased to apply, while supernatural regulations took precedence over conventional law and morality. These spaces existed in parallel with ordinary reality but remained separate from it, allowing large-scale combat to occur without detection by authorities who might attempt to intervene in conflicts they could never understand or effectively address. The movement restrictions that governed travel between colonies were carefully calibrated to prevent tactical abuses, while allowing strategic repositioning that would maintain competitive balance throughout the game's duration. Players could request transfers between zones, but such movements required point expenditure and administrative approval that ensured relocations served the game's objectives rather than individual convenience or strategic advantage that might undermine fair competition. The rule modification system created ongoing evolution in the game's tactical environment, with successful players introducing changes that reflected their understanding of optimal strategies, while the game master evaluated each proposal according to established criteria that prioritized energy generation and conflict, sustainability over player comfort or survival rates. The resulting regulatory framework became increasingly complex over time, but remained internally consistent and logically coherent. The enforcement mechanisms that ensured compliance with established rules operated automatically and without appeal, creating an environment where understanding the system's logic was essential for survival, while ignorance or wishful thinking about exceptions proved literally fatal. Players learned quickly that the game's regulations were not suggestions or guidelines, but absolute laws that governed their existence within colony boundaries, with mathematical precision and supernatural authority. The ultimate purpose that all these elaborate structures served was the generation of cursed energy on a scale that had never been achieved through conventional methods. With every death, every technique activation, and every moment of intense emotion contributing to the accumulation necessary for the merger ritual that represented Kenjaku's true objective. The game was simultaneously entertainment and harvest, competition and sacrifice, individual struggle and collective contribution to something far greater than any single participant could comprehend. The participants who found themselves bound by these rules faced choices that would determine not just their personal survival but their contribution to humanity's next evolutionary phase. Understanding that victory within the game's parameters was less important than the energy their struggles would provide for the transformation that would follow the conflict's resolution. The culling game was not truly about culling at all, but about cultivation. The careful nurturing of conditions that would make unprecedented change not just possible but inevitable. The institutional collapse that followed the devastating events of October 31st was as swift as it was inevitable, revealing the fundamental fragility of hierarchical structures that had maintained their authority through tradition rather than adaptability. When faced with challenges that exceeded every contingency their rigid protocols had been designed to address. The higher-ups who governed Jujutsu society from shadowed chambers had spent decades consolidating power through careful manipulation of fear and precedent, but the successful sealing of Satoru Gojo and the public revelation of supernatural forces had shattered their carefully maintained facade of competent leadership. The immediate response to Shibuya's carnage was characteristic of administrators who prioritized the appearance of decisive action over actual effectiveness, reinstating execution orders that had been previously suspended through political maneuvering rather than addressing the systemic failures that had made such catastrophe possible. The decision to blame individual actors rather than institutional inadequacy reflected the kind of scapegoating that had characterized their approach to crisis management throughout their tenure, but the scale of recent events made such deflection strategies inadequate for maintaining the illusion of control that their authority required. Yuji Itadori's return to wanted status was presented as necessary correction of previous leniency that had allowed a dangerous individual to operate without adequate supervision. But the reality was more complex and infinitely more tragic. The young man who had spent months learning to control abilities that he had never chosen to possess now found himself condemned for actions that had been committed by an entity whose presence in his body was itself the result of institutional decisions made without his knowledge or consent. The binding vow that constrained Yuta Okkotsu to carry out this execution was perhaps the most cynical abuse of Jujutsu law that the higher-ups had ever perpetrated, transforming someone who had experienced similar persecution into an instrument of institutional vengeance against another victim of circumstances beyond his control. The vow's structure ensured compliance through supernatural compulsion rather than voluntary cooperation, acknowledging that moral suasion would be insufficient to secure participation in what amounted to judicial murder disguised as necessary security measures. Yuta's position within this corrupt framework was particularly tragic, given his own history of institutional persecution and his personal understanding of what it meant to be condemned for powers that manifested without choice or preparation. The binding vow that compelled his participation was crafted with malicious precision, exploiting his sense of duty and loyalty to the Jujutsu world while preventing him from exercising the moral judgment that might have led to refusal of such ethically compromised orders. The psychological pressure that such compulsion created was immense, forcing someone whose entire development had been guided by principles of protection and service to act against those very principles in service of institutional priorities that prioritize political expedience over justice or compassion. The binding vow was designed not just to ensure compliance, but to create maximum emotional damage to both executor and target, reflecting the petty cruelty that characterized the higher-ups' approach to maintaining discipline within their increasingly unstable hierarchy. The charges leveled against Satoru Gojo represented perhaps the most audacious example of institutional blame-shifting in the history of Jujutsu administration, holding the world's strongest sorcerer responsible for events that had occurred while he was imprisoned and powerless to intervene. The logic that connected his sealing to Shibuya's devastation was tortuous, even by the standards of bureaucratic reasoning, but it served the crucial purpose of deflecting attention from the systemic failures that had made such manipulation possible. The crime of allowing Shibuya to happen was retroactively applied to decisions that had been made through proper channels with full administrative approval, rewriting history to create a narrative in which individual judgment, rather than institutional inadequacy, was responsible for the catastrophic outcomes that had resulted from their collective failures. The designation of unsealing Gojo as criminal activity was intended to prevent any attempt at rescue, while ensuring that his eventual return would be met with immediate arrest and execution, rather than restoration to active service. The reinstatement of Suguru Geto's execution order reflected either willful ignorance of his actual death or cynical manipulation of public perception to maintain the illusion that dangerous criminals were being held accountable for their crimes. The higher-ups either knew that Geto was dead and chose to maintain the fiction for political purposes, or they were so disconnected from operational reality that they genuinely believed he was still alive and threatening public safety. Principal Yaga's death sentence was the most transparently corrupt decision in a series of choices that had already abandoned any pretense of justice or institutional integrity. The man who had dedicated his career to training the next generation of sorcerers was condemned not for any actual crime, but for his association with individuals who had fallen out of favor with the current administration. His execution was intended to serve as an example to others who might consider challenging institutional authority, but it also revealed the depths of moral bankruptcy that characterized the higher-ups' approach to governance. The secret motivation behind Yaga's execution was even more damning than the public justification, revealing that the higher-ups coveted his technique for creating self-sustaining cursed corpses, not for legitimate institutional purposes, but for personal power consolidation that would make their rule unassailable. The ability to manufacture an army of autonomous constructs represented the kind of military advantage that could eliminate any potential opposition to their authority, while providing the muscle necessary to enforce increasingly unpopular decisions. The technique that could create beings like Panda represented unprecedented capabilities for force projection and social control, offering the possibility of governance through overwhelming strength rather than consent or competence. The higher-ups' desire to acquire this knowledge reflected their understanding that traditional methods of authority maintenance were failing in the face of challenges that their rigid hierarchy was structurally incapable of addressing effectively. Gakuganji's assignment to extract this technique before carrying out the execution demonstrated the calculated ruthlessness that had come to characterize institutional decision-making, treating one of their most dedicated servants as a resource to be exploited, rather than a person whose lifetime of service had earned him basic consideration and respect. The mission was structured to ensure that Yaga's knowledge would be preserved, while his capacity for independent action was permanently eliminated. The confrontation between these two educators represented everything tragic about the institutional collapse that was destroying Jujutsu society from within, pitting people who should have been allies against each other, in service of administrators who cared nothing for the values that had motivated their careers. Both men understood the broader implications of their encounter while remaining bound by obligations that made honorable alternatives impossible to pursue. Yaga's final act of defiance in sharing cursed knowledge rather than genuine technique represented his understanding of the corrupting influence that such power would have on people whose moral development had already proven inadequate for the responsibilities they had assumed. The curse he left behind was both practical and symbolic, ensuring that his death would carry consequences for those who had orchestrated it while providing a final lesson about the dangers of pursuing power without wisdom. The devastation that his execution caused Panda was perhaps the most personal tragedy in a series of events that had already destroyed countless lives, robbing a unique being of the father figure who had given him existence and meaning, while forcing him to witness the murder of someone whose only crime had been caring too much about the welfare of others. Panda's restraint in avoiding violence despite his grief demonstrated moral development that exceeded that of the administrators who had ordered his creator's death. The takeover of the Kamo clan represented Kenjaku's masterful exploitation of institutional weaknesses that had been developing for years, using the chaos created by recent events to eliminate opposition and assume control of resources that would prove crucial for the Culling game's implementation. The ease with which he displaced the rightful leadership revealed how thoroughly the clan's internal structures had been compromised by corruption and factional infighting that prioritized personal advancement over collective welfare. Junior Naobito's ejection from leadership demonstrated the complete breakdown of traditional succession protocols that had previously provided stability during periods of crisis or transition. The officials who supported Kenjaku's takeover were motivated not by principle or loyalty, but by opportunistic calculation that backed whoever seemed most likely to prevail in the broader conflict that was reshaping Jujutsu society, according to new and more ruthless principles. The revelation that Jujutsu officials had been compromised through bribery, blackmail, or simple cowardice showed how extensively the institutional rot had spread throughout the governing hierarchy, creating networks of complicity that made meaningful reform impossible, while ensuring that resistance to Kenjaku's plans would be minimal and ineffective. These corrupted administrators had abandoned their responsibilities to their constituents in favor of personal survival and advancement under whatever regime proved victorious. The collaboration between these officials and someone they knew to be a mortal enemy of everything their institutions claimed to represent demonstrated the complete moral collapse that preceded the physical destruction of the old order. Their willingness to betray centuries of tradition and principle for temporary personal advantage revealed the hollowness at the heart of structures that had maintained authority through habit rather than earned respect. The international implications of the institutional collapse extended far beyond Japan's borders, as other nations began to recognize that the careful balance of supernatural power that had maintained global stability was dissolving in ways that threatened everyone's security. The Jujutsu world's internal conflicts had previously been contained by institutional mechanisms that prevented spillover into ordinary society, but those safeguards were failing along with everything else that had once provided predictability and control. The corruption that had infected the higher-ups was not an isolated phenomenon, but part of a broader pattern of institutional decay that affected every level of Jujutsu society, from local administrators to international liaisons, who had once coordinated responses to supernatural threats that crossed national boundaries. The collaborative frameworks that had prevented conflicts from escalating into global crises were being undermined by officials whose primary concern was personal survival rather than collective security. The timing of this institutional collapse was not coincidental, but carefully orchestrated by Kenjaku, who had spent years identifying and exploiting weaknesses in systems that appeared stable from the outside while being slowly corrupted from within. His infiltration of key positions and manipulation of crucial personnel had created cascade failures that made recovery impossible once the chain reaction of corruption and betrayal reached critical mass. The Zenin clan's internal power struggle represented another facet of the broader institutional crisis, with traditional succession protocols breaking down under pressure from competing factions that prioritized immediate advantage over long-term stability. Naoya's ambitions were encouraged by advisors who saw opportunity in the chaos while remaining blind to the broader implications of their machinations for the clan's survival and reputation. The will that named Megumi as potential heir was both recognition of his exceptional capabilities and acknowledgement that traditional bloodline succession was inadequate for addressing the challenges that faced the clan in an era when power dynamics were shifting in fundamental ways. The Ten Shadows technique that he had inherited represented capabilities that transcended normal categories of strength and influence, making him valuable to factions whose primary concern was military capability rather than political legitimacy. The stipulation that linked Megumi's inheritance to Gojo's fate demonstrated the interconnected nature of the crises that were simultaneously affecting every major institution in Jujutsu society, with individual decisions and personal relationships having implications that extended far beyond their immediate participants. The clan's future had become dependent on events that were completely outside their control, making traditional planning and strategy inadequate for ensuring organizational survival. The reaction of clan members to these succession disputes revealed deep divisions that had been suppressed during periods of stability but now threatened to tear apart the social fabric that had held the organization together through previous crises. The younger generation's different values and priorities created conflicts with established leadership that reflected broader generational tensions throughout Jujutsu society, while external pressures made compromise and gradual change impossible to achieve. The broader implications of these institutional failures extended beyond immediate political consequences toward fundamental questions about the viability of traditional governance structures in an era when challenges exceeded the capacity of conventional approaches to provide effective responses. The hierarchical systems that had maintained stability for centuries were proving inadequate for addressing threats that required flexibility, innovation, and moral courage rather than rigid adherence to established protocols. The collapse was not merely political but existential, threatening the continuation of Jujutsu society as a coherent entity capable of fulfilling its protective obligations toward ordinary humanity. The institutions that had once channeled individual power toward collective purposes were fragmenting into competing factions whose mutual antagonism made coordinated response to existential threats impossible to organize or sustain. The tragedy was not just the destruction of specific organizations, but the loss of institutional wisdom and collaborative capacity that had been developed over centuries of accumulated experience in managing supernatural threats. The knowledge and protocols that were being abandoned or corrupted represented irreplaceable resources for addressing challenges that individual capability alone could never overcome, no matter how exceptional the individuals involved might be. The new order that would emerge from this collapse was taking shape according to principles that prioritized power over service, personal advancement over collective welfare, and short-term advantage over long-term sustainability. The institutions that replaced the failing hierarchy would bear little resemblance to their predecessors in terms of values or objectives, representing fundamental change in the relationship between supernatural power and social responsibility that had defined Jujutsu society since its inception. The deception that Yuta Okotsu orchestrated to save Yuji's life was a masterpiece of calculated misdirection that exploited every loophole in the binding vow that had been designed to ensure absolute compliance with institutional murder disguised as necessary execution. The plan required precise timing, perfect understanding of cursed energy manipulation, and willingness to gamble everything on the assumption that Yuji possessed resilience that exceeded normal human limitations, even when those limitations had already been transcended through supernatural enhancement. The binding vow that constrained Yuta's actions had been crafted with malicious precision by administrators who understood that moral suasion would be insufficient to secure his participation in what amounted to judicial assassination of someone whose only crime had been serving as an unwilling vessel for forces beyond his control. The supernatural compulsion that governed his behavior allowed no deviation from the stated objective of eliminating Sukuna's host, but it failed to specify the permanence required for such elimination or the methods that would constitute acceptable fulfillment of the contractual obligation. The moment when Yuta's blade pierced Yuji's heart was simultaneously genuine assassination and elaborate performance, requiring the temporary cessation of life functions that would satisfy the binding vow's requirements while creating conditions that would allow for subsequent resurrection through techniques that had never been intended for such applications. The precision necessary to stop cardiac function without causing irreparable damage to surrounding organs demanded medical knowledge that exceeded what most sorcerers possessed. But Yuta's experience with life and death applications of cursed energy provided the foundation for success. The witnesses who observed Yuji's apparent death included Naoya Zenin, whose presence served multiple purposes within the broader deception, while providing credible testimony that would convince institutional observers that their execution order had been carried out with appropriate efficiency and thoroughness. Naoya's own agenda made him an ideal, unwitting participant in the subterfuge, his eagerness to claim credit for eliminating a high-profile target, ensuring that news of Yuji's death would spread through official channels without raising suspicions about alternative explanations for the observed events. The reverse cursed technique that restored Yuji to life was deployed with timing that pushed the boundaries of what was medically possible, even with supernatural intervention, requiring Yuta to maintain the appearance of routine post-execution procedures while actually conducting the most delicate healing operation of his career. The technique had to repair not just physical damage but the temporary disruption of cursed energy flow that accompanied clinical death, restoring normal function without leaving evidence of the intervention that had made survival possible. The success of this resurrection was not guaranteed, but based on careful observation of Yuji's previous demonstrations of resilience that had allowed him to survive experiences that would have killed ordinary humans multiple times over. His unique physiology, shaped by prolonged coexistence with Sukuna's cursed energy and enhanced through combat experiences that had pushed his body beyond normal limitations, provided the foundation for recovery that would have been impossible for conventional sorcerers or ordinary people. But the most profound consequence of this temporary death was not the deception that it enabled, but the memory that it unlocked, revealing family history that recontextualized everything about Yuji's existence and his relationship to the broader supernatural conflicts that had shaped his life since childhood. The vision that accompanied his return from clinical death was not hallucination or near-death experience, but recovered recollection of events that had been suppressed through mechanisms that were only now beginning to break down under pressure from accumulated trauma and spiritual development. The conversation between his grandfather and father that he witnessed through restored memory was conducted in hushed tones that reflected the gravity of decisions whose implications would affect generations of their family while remaining invisible to everyone except the immediate participants. Jin Itadori's anguish was palpable as he struggled to reconcile his grief over his wife's death with the impossible hope that her body might still serve as vessel for the creation of life that would carry forward some essence of the love they had shared. The revelation that the woman he remembered as his mother had actually been Kenjaku wearing Kaori Itadori's corpse was perhaps the most violating discovery that anyone could be forced to endure, transforming cherished memories of maternal affection into evidence of manipulation that had begun before his birth and continued throughout his development. The stitches across her forehead that marked Kenjaku's possession were visible in recovered memories that had once been filtered through childhood perception too innocent to recognize their sinister significance. Kaori's death had created the opportunity that Kenjaku required for implementing plans that had been centuries in development, her body providing the perfect vessel for infiltrating the Itadori family while remaining close enough to normal human appearance to avoid suspicion from people whose lives had no previous contact with supernatural deception. The possession was not random predation, but calculated selection based on genetic compatibility and social circumstances that would facilitate the creation of an ideal vessel for purposes that extended far beyond simple reincarnation or spiritual manipulation. Jin's acceptance of this violation was perhaps the most tragic aspect of the entire arrangement, representing the compromise of someone whose grief and desperation had made him vulnerable to manipulation by forces whose true intentions he could never have understood, even if they had been honestly explained. His willingness to collaborate in the desecration of his wife's memory was not evil but weakness, the kind of moral failure that strong people commit when their capacity for rational decision-making has been overwhelmed by emotional trauma that exceeds their ability to process or accept. The pregnancy that resulted from this unholy arrangement was designed from conception to create a being whose spiritual and physical characteristics would make him suitable for purposes that required capabilities beyond what normal human development could provide. Yuji's exceptional athleticism, his resistance to cursed energy corruption, and his capacity for maintaining individual consciousness while serving as host to overwhelmingly powerful entities were not accidents of genetics or training, but the intended results of supernatural intervention in human reproduction. The implications of this engineered origin extended far beyond personal identity toward fundamental questions about agency, responsibility, and the nature of individual choice, when existence itself had been shaped by forces whose agenda transcended normal categories of human understanding. Yuji's entire life had been guided by Kenjaku's long-term planning, his relationships and experiences carefully orchestrated to produce someone whose psychological and spiritual development would serve the specific requirements of the Culling game and its aftermath. The grandfather, whose deathbed advice had seemed to reflect natural wisdom and familial affection, was actually unknowingly participating in manipulation that had been designed to shape Yuji's moral development according to specifications that would make him more valuable as a component in plans whose scope he could never have imagined. Even the most intimate moments of family connection had been tainted by strategic considerations that reduced personal relationships to tactical resources in conflicts that spanned centuries. Choso's investigation into Yuji's family history had been motivated by suspicions that reflected his own complex relationship with Kenjaku's experimental approach to creating artificial life through supernatural intervention. In natural processes, his questions about paternal inheritance patterns and physical characteristics were attempts to map the genealogical connections that might explain Yuji's unusual capabilities while providing insight into the broader network of manipulation that had shaped their shared existence. The brotherhood that Choso claimed with Yuji was based on more than sentimental attachment or strategic alliance, reflecting genuine spiritual kinship that had been created through their shared connection to Kenjaku's long-term experiments in artificial life creation. Their relationship was simultaneously family bond and evidence of systematic abuse, natural affection, and proof of manipulation that had treated human reproduction as a laboratory for supernatural experimentation. The awakening that accompanied this recovered memory was not just psychological but spiritual, representing fundamental change in how Yuji understood his place in the world and his relationship to the forces that had shaped his development since birth. The innocence that had characterized his approach to conflicts and relationships was permanently lost, replaced by knowledge that transformed every previous experience into potential evidence of manipulation and control. The evolution in his combat abilities that Choso observed was partly the result of accumulated experience and training, but it also reflected deeper changes in his relationship to cursed energy that accompanied his growing understanding of his artificial origins and designed purpose. The techniques that had once required conscious effort were becoming automatic responses, while his capacity for processing and channeling spiritual power was expanding beyond what his previous limitations had suggested was possible. The declaration that transformed him into a demon god in Choso's perception was not hyperbole, but accurate assessment of capabilities that were beginning to manifest as his engineered potential was activated by circumstances that Kenjaku had anticipated and prepared for throughout the decades of planning that had preceded the Culling game's implementation. The power that was emerging was not corruption but fulfillment, the realization of design specifications that had been built into his fundamental spiritual architecture. But perhaps the most significant aspect of this awakening was not the expansion of his abilities, but the psychological resilience that allowed him to process traumatic revelations about his origins without losing the essential compassion and moral conviction that had defined his character. Throughout his development, the knowledge that his existence had been engineered for purposes he opposed did not transform him into a weapon of revenge, but strengthened his determination to use his growing power in service of values that transcended the manipulation that had created him. The decision to distance himself from Jujutsu High reflected understanding that his presence created dangers for people he cared about, while providing advantages for enemies who had invested decades in preparing for his eventual deployment, in conflicts whose true objectives remained hidden from most participants. The isolation was not abandonment of responsibility, but acceptance of it. Recognition that protecting others might require sacrificing the connections that gave his existence meaning and purpose. The consumption of additional Sukuna fingers that had contributed to his power increase was not reckless pursuit of strength, but calculated acceptance of risks that were necessary for developing capabilities that would allow him to influence outcomes rather than simply serving as passive vessel for forces beyond his control. Each finger represented both enhancement and corruption, improvement and degradation that brought him closer to the entity whose presence in his body was itself evidence of the manipulation that had shaped his entire existence. The training regimen that accompanied his separation from institutional support was designed to develop not just technical skill, but psychological preparation for confrontations that would test every aspect of his character while providing opportunities for enemies to exploit the knowledge and emotional attachments that had been cultivated throughout his development. The exercises were simultaneously preparation for combat and meditation on identity, technique development, and spiritual exploration of what it meant to be human when humanity itself had been artificially constructed. The guilt that accompanied his growing understanding of Sukuna's actions during Shibuya was complicated by recognition that his body's participation in those atrocities was itself the result of manipulation that had begun before his birth, making questions of personal responsibility infinitely more complex than simple moral frameworks could address. The weight of inherited sin was balanced against determination to use his existence for purposes that would validate the sacrifices that others had made to protect him from consequences he had never chosen to risk. The brotherhood that developed with Choso during this period of exile was perhaps the most genuine relationship that Yuji had ever experienced, free from the institutional contexts and hidden agendas that had shaped most of his previous connections with people whose own lives had been affected by the broader conflicts that surrounded his existence. Their shared status as artificial creations designed for purposes they opposed created understanding that transcended normal categories of family or friendship. The revelation about his mother's true identity was not the end of discovery, but the beginning of deeper investigation into the network of manipulation that had shaped the supernatural world throughout Kenjaku's extended existence. The knowledge was simultaneously liberation and burden, freedom from ignorance and responsibility for addressing implications that extended far beyond personal revenge toward fundamental questions about the future of human civilization and its relationship with forces that had been influencing its development for centuries. The isolation that had once been chosen for strategic reasons was becoming necessary for psychological survival as the weight of accumulated knowledge threatened to overwhelm emotional resources that had been adequate for addressing ordinary challenges but were proving insufficient for processing. Revelations whose implications affected everything he had believed about identity, purpose, and the meaning of individual choice in a world where the most intimate aspects of personal existence had been shaped by agendas that transcended normal human comprehension and moral frameworks. The return to the Zenin compound was not homecoming but pilgrimage to a site of accumulated trauma where every stone and shadow held memories of systematic cruelty disguised as family tradition. Maki's footsteps echoed through corridors that had witnessed decades of humiliation and rejection, but now she walked with purpose that transcended personal grievance towards something approaching divine retribution for sins that had been committed not just against her, but against every individual whose potential had been crushed beneath. The weight of institutional prejudice and genetic determinism, the emptiness of the cursed tool storage that greeted her arrival, was not coincidence, but calculated preparation by a father whose hatred for his daughters had finally found justification in institutional policies that branded anyone attempting to free Satoru Gojo as traitors, deserving immediate elimination. Ogi Zenin had spent years waiting for legitimate excuse to destroy the children whose existence represented constant reminder of his own failures and inadequacies, their strength serving as accusation against his weakness, while their independence challenged the authority that was all he possessed of value or meaning. The trap that had been prepared for their arrival was elegant in its simplicity and horrifying in its implications. designed to eliminate both sisters simultaneously while providing plausible justification for actions that would otherwise have been recognized as filicide motivated by petty jealousy and wounded pride. The cursed spirits that filled the storage area were not random manifestations, but carefully selected entities whose capabilities would ensure prolonged suffering before eventual death, creating spectacle that would satisfy Ogi's need for revenge while demonstrating his power to clan members who might question his authority. The battle that erupted in that enclosed space was simultaneously family conflict and clan civil war, personal vendetta and institutional enforcement of hierarchies that had been maintained through violence and intimidation for generations. Maki fought not just for survival, but for vindication of every choice she had made to pursue strength, despite opposition from people whose own limitations had made them enemies of anyone whose potential exceeded their own capabilities or morale development. The techniques that Ogi deployed against his daughter were powered not just by cursed energy, but by accumulated resentment that had been festering for years, each attack carrying the weight of every slight and disappointment that he had suffered, while watching someone he considered inferior achieve recognition and respect that had been denied to him throughout his mediocre existence. His hatred was personal, but also representative, reflecting broader patterns of institutional hostility toward individuals whose abilities challenged established hierarchies. The injuries that Maki sustained during this confrontation were severe enough to compromise her combat effectiveness while leaving her vulnerable to the secondary assault that her father had planned as insurance against the possibility that direct combat might prove insufficient to achieve his objectives. The cursed spirits that were released into the storage area represented overwhelming odds for someone operating at reduced capacity, creating circumstances that should have resulted in the deaths of both sisters according to every tactical calculation that normal limitations would support. Mai's presence during this crisis was not liability, but opportunity for redemption that she had been seeking throughout her development as a sorcerer whose technical abilities had never matched her sister's raw potential or determination. The construction technique that she had inherited was limited in scope and power, capable of creating only simple objects that reflected her own spiritual energy, rather than the complex manifestations that more gifted individuals could achieve through superior understanding and application of cursed energy, principles. But the limitation that had defined Mai's entire career as a sorcerer became advantage when circumstances demanded sacrifice rather than technical brilliance. Her ability to create physical objects from cursed energy, providing the foundation for her ultimate contribution to their shared struggle against forces that had oppressed them since childhood. The decision to expend her entire spiritual reserve in service of her sister's awakening was not desperation, but calculated choice based on understanding of what their situation required and what she alone could provide. The revelation about identical twins sharing cursed energy as single person rather than separate individuals provided the theoretical foundation that made Mai's sacrifice meaningful rather than merely tragic, transforming her death from waste into investment that would unlock potential that had been constrained by spiritual limitations beyond anyone's ability to modify through training or technique development. The connection between them was not just familial but metaphysical, their shared existence creating possibilities that neither could access independently. The moment when Mai chose to die was simultaneously ending and beginning, termination of her individual existence and activation of capabilities that would transform her sister into something approaching the pinnacle of human potential within their specific sphere of ability and application. The cursed energy that she released through her dissolution was not lost but transferred, concentrated into forms that could support techniques and abilities that exceeded what either sister had previously been capable of achieving through independent development. The split soul, Katana that she created through her final technique represented more than weapon construction, but spiritual architecture that would allow for direct interaction with the fundamental essence of living beings, cutting through barriers that normally protected consciousness from external interference while providing access to levels of reality that most sorcerers never encountered throughout their entire careers. The blade was simultaneously gift and inheritance, tool and symbol of what love could accomplish when channeled through sufficient understanding and willingness to sacrifice. The curse that accompanied this creation was not malevolent intention, but spiritual momentum that would drive Maki toward fulfillment of potential that had been suppressed throughout her development by circumstances and limitations that were finally being swept away through her sister's sacrifice. The injunction to destroy everything was not command for random violence, but recognition that the systems responsible for their oppression would never reform themselves and could only be eliminated through complete destruction and replacement. The awakening that followed Mai's death was not gradual evolution, but instantaneous transformation that activated capabilities that had been present but inaccessible throughout Maki's development. Her spiritual architecture suddenly reconfigured to support techniques and abilities that approached the legendary levels achieved by Toji Fushiguro during his prime years as the pinnacle of human achievement within their particular specialization. The change was so profound that it altered not just her combat capabilities, but her fundamental relationship with reality itself. The enhanced perception that accompanied this awakening allowed her to process information and react to threats with speed and precision that exceeded what cursed energy users typically achieved through supernatural enhancement. Their reliance on spiritual power, creating dependencies that actually limited their potential, compared to individuals who had learned to excel through pure physical development and tactical understanding. The absence of cursed energy became advantage rather than limitation, freedom rather than constraint. The strength that flowed through her transformed body was not just physical enhancement, but spiritual authority that commanded respect from forces that had previously treated her as inferior or irrelevant. Her presence, now carrying weight that demanded acknowledgement from entities and individuals who had dismissed her throughout her development. The power was earned rather than inherited, achieved through sacrifice rather than genetic lottery, making it more reliable and personally meaningful than abilities that were simply granted through circumstances beyond personal control. The confrontation with her father that followed this transformation was not battle, but execution, the gap between their capabilities having become so vast that combat was impossible and only elimination remained as available outcome. Ogi's techniques that had seemed overwhelming moments before were now trivial obstacles that she could overcome without conscious effort, his strength revealed as illusory when measured against someone who had finally achieved their full potential through transcendence of normal limitations. But the satisfaction of personal revenge was insufficient to address the systemic problems that had created circumstances requiring such extreme measures, her father's death representing only the beginning of reckoning with institutions and individuals who had participated in or benefited from the oppression that had shaped her entire existence. The curse that Mai had left her demanded nothing less than complete transformation of the environment that had made their suffering necessary and inevitable. The expansion of her vengeance beyond immediate family toward the entire clan structure reflected understanding that individual cruelty was symptom rather than cause. Personal malice enabled and encouraged by systems that rewarded such behavior while punishing compassion or recognition of others' worth and potential. The massacre that followed was not random violence, but surgical elimination of everyone who had participated in or benefited from institutional oppression that treated human worth as determined by genetic inheritance rather than personal character or achievement. The Grade 1 sorcerers who fell before her awakened power had spent years building reputations based on abilities that were rendered irrelevant by someone whose development had transcended normal categories of strength and weakness through sacrifice that they had never been capable of understanding or matching. Their techniques were sophisticated but predictable, powerful but limited by frameworks that constrained their potential according to established precedents and conventional wisdom. Naoya's death during this purge was particularly satisfying given his role in perpetuating the clan's oppressive hierarchy while embodying everything that was worst about systems that equated inherited privilege with personal worth or moral authority. His speed-based technique that had seemed formidable against ordinary opponents was useless against someone whose perception and reaction time exceeded what cursed energy enhancement could provide, his arrogance finally meeting consequences that matched its magnitude. The elimination of the clan's leadership created power vacuum that would have implications extending far beyond immediate tactical considerations toward broader questions about how supernatural society would reorganize itself in the absence of traditional hierarchies that had provided stability through systematic oppression of anyone whose potential threatened established interests. The destruction was simultaneously ending and opportunity, elimination of what had been and creation of space for what might become. The thoroughness of the massacre ensured that no one remained to carry forward the ideologies and practices that had made such extreme measures necessary. The clan's accumulated knowledge and resources becoming available for redistribution, according to principles that prioritized merit and character rather than bloodline inheritance or political manipulation. The liberation was complete but also irreversible, transformation that could never be undone regardless of whatever consequences might emerge from such radical change. The symbolism of this destruction extended beyond personal revenge toward broader questions about the relationship between individual achievement and institutional recognition. The possibility of reform versus the necessity of complete replacement when systems had become so corrupted that gradual change was insufficient to address fundamental problems. The massacre was simultaneously personal vendetta and political statement, individual action and collective revolution. The inheritance that Megumi would eventually receive was not just formal recognition of his technical abilities, but responsibility for rebuilding something worthy from the ruins of what had been destroyed. His leadership carrying weight that extended far beyond clan politics toward questions about how power should be exercised and what obligations accompanied exceptional abilities. The transition represented opportunity for fundamental reform that previous generations had been unable or unwilling to pursue. The legacy of Mai's sacrifice would be measured not just in terms of immediate tactical advantages, but in the broader transformation that her death had enabled, her willing dissolution, creating possibilities that neither sister could have achieved through independent action, while demonstrating the kind of love that could transcend normal limitations through complete self-sacrifice for another's benefit. The gift she had given was not just power, but freedom, not just capability, but responsibility. The awakened Maki who emerged from this crucible was not just stronger, but different in fundamental ways that would affect every subsequent relationship and decision. Her transformation representing evolution beyond normal human categories, while retaining essential humanity that gave her power, meaning, and moral direction. The strength she had gained was not just physical but spiritual, not just individual but collective, carrying forward the essence of everyone who had contributed to her development through sacrifice, support, or opposition that had forced her to transcend apparent limitations. The destruction of the Zenin clan was simultaneously ending and beginning, conclusion of one chapter in the long history of supernatural oppression, and opening of another that might be written according to different principles, if those who inherited power proved worthy of the opportunities that had been created through such tremendous cost in blood, suffering, and sacrifice that demanded validation through achievements that would honor what had been lost while creating something better than what had been destroyed. The sanctuary that Master Tengen had maintained for centuries beneath the grounds of Tokyo Jujutsu High was not merely architectural space but spiritual nexus where the fundamental forces governing cursed energy could be observed, studied, and potentially manipulated by beings whose understanding transcended normal categories of human knowledge and capability. The descent into these chambers required passage through barriers that filtered out mundane concerns and distractions, creating an environment where conversations could address questions whose implications extended far beyond immediate tactical considerations toward the very foundations of reality itself. The exposition that Tengen provided to the assembled students was simultaneously history lesson and strategic briefing, comprehensive analysis of forces and personalities that had been shaping supernatural society for far longer than any contemporary observer could appreciate through direct experience. The ancient being whose consciousness had been preserved through techniques that predated recorded Jujutsu history possessed perspective that transformed current events from isolated crises into components of patterns that spanned millennia of accumulated conflict and cooperation. The revelation of Kenjaku's true agenda represented paradigm shift that recontextualized everything the students thought they understood about their current predicament, transforming what had appeared to be tactical challenge into existential threat that demanded responses exceeding anything their training had prepared them to provide. The merger that he sought to accomplish would not just eliminate individual human consciousness, but replace it with something fundamentally alien to every value and principle that defined civilization as they understood it. The philosophical framework that informed this cosmic ambition reflected centuries of observation and analysis that had led Kenjaku to conclusions about human potential that diverged radically from conventional wisdom about the Feli relationship between individual development and collective welfare. Where others saw diversity of experience and perspective as valuable in itself, he perceived inefficiency that could be eliminated through forced integration of consciousness that would optimize cursed energy utilization while creating being whose capabilities transcended anything that separate individuals could achieve independently. The plan's scope required not just theoretical understanding but practical infrastructure that could support operations on unprecedented scale, necessitating the recruitment and deployment of resources that exceeded what any previous generation had attempted to organize or coordinate. The binding vows with ancient sorcerers, the creation of cursed objects to house their consciousness, and the systematic identification of suitable vessels for reincarnation represented logistical achievement that demonstrated patience and organizational capability that spanned centuries of careful preparation. The division of responsibilities that emerged from these strategic discussions reflected understanding that success would require coordinated action across multiple fronts simultaneously, with each participant contributing specialized knowledge and capabilities that others could not provide, while maintaining communication and mutual support that would prevent isolation and defeat in detail. The mission parameters were established through collective analysis rather than hierarchical assignment, ensuring that everyone understood not just their individual role but its relationship to broader objectives. The priority assigned to locating and recruiting Angel reflected recognition that certain capabilities were indispensable for success, regardless of whatever other resources could be assembled or developed through alternative approaches. The ability to nullify cursed techniques represented power that could neutralize advantages that enemies had spent decades or centuries developing, creating opportunities for victory that would otherwise remain theoretically impossible, despite overwhelming commitment and sacrifice. Hana Kurusu's symbiotic relationship with the reincarnated angel created complex dynamics that required careful navigation. Her individual personality and motivations potentially conflicting with the ancient consciousness that shared her body, while pursuing objectives that transcended normal human concerns about survival, comfort, or personal relationships. The negotiation would need to address both levels of identity while ensuring that agreements reached would be honored by whichever consciousness exercised primary control during crucial moments. The strategic value of unsealing Satoru Gojo extended beyond simple addition of overwhelming individual power toward restoration of psychological advantage that his presence provided to anyone who opposed forces that seemed insurmountable through conventional resistance. His reputation alone would affect enemy decision-making, while his actual capabilities could tip tactical balances that determined success or failure of operations, that carried implications extending far beyond immediate participants, toward everyone whose survival depended on their success. The backdoor that Tengen possessed for accessing the prison realm represented ancient knowledge about artifacts that had been created during eras when the relationship between technique development and practical application followed different principles than contemporary sorcerers typically employed in their work. The sealing mechanism was not just spiritual constraint, but architectural puzzle that required specific approaches rather than overwhelming force, understanding rather than power as the key to successful resolution. The recruitment of Hakari Kinji was motivated not just by his exceptional combat abilities, but by his unique perspective on risk and reward that might prove essential for operations where conventional tactical thinking would be insufficient to achieve objectives that required acceptance of astronomical odds against success. His approach to gambling reflected psychological framework that could process uncertainty and danger in ways that would paralyze individuals whose decision-making processes were constrained by normal concerns about personal safety or institutional approval. The underground fight club that Hikari operated represented more than entertainment venue or source of income, but laboratory for testing techniques and strategies under conditions that approximated real combat without the permanent consequences that made actual life or death encounters unsuitable for experimental purposes. The environment he had created provided opportunities for development and refinement that institutional training could never duplicate, producing capabilities that were specifically adapted for situations where rules were minimal and victory was determined through pure effectiveness rather than adherence to established protocols. The infiltration of this establishment required careful balance between demonstrating sufficient capability to earn respect and avoiding displays of power that might compromise operational security or reveal information that enemies could exploit in future encounter. Yuji's participation in the fighting provided cover for reconnaissance while establishing his credentials as someone whose abilities warranted serious consideration from individuals whose cooperation would be essential for mission success. The reunion with Panda in this unlikely venue represented convergence of separate paths that had been shaped by recent traumatic events, his presence indicating that similar strategic thinking had led multiple parties toward recognition that unconventional resources would be necessary for addressing challenges that exceeded what traditional approaches could handle effectively. The coordination was coincidental but fortunate, reducing duplication of effort while increasing overall chances of successful recruitment. Kirara's defensive response to their approach reflected legitimate concern about institutional attention that could compromise operations that depended on remaining below official notice, their fight club existing in legal, grey area that provided freedom for experimentation at the cost of vulnerability to administrative interference that could eliminate everything they had built. The confrontation was a necessary test of intentions and capabilities that would determine whether cooperation was possible or whether competing objectives made conflict inevitable. Megumi's willingness to humble himself through direct appeal demonstrated evolution in his leadership approach that prioritized mission success over personal dignity, understanding that exceptional circumstances required abandonment of normal protocols in favor of whatever methods proved effective for achieving essential objectives. The gesture was simultaneously tactical and symbolic, acknowledgement of respect while emphasizing the gravity of situations that demanded such unconventional approaches to problem solving. The physical confrontation between Hikari and Yuji served multiple purposes beyond simple evaluation of combat capabilities, providing opportunities for psychological assessment that would reveal character traits and decision-making patterns that could not be adequately evaluated through conversation or observation alone. The willingness to absorb punishment without retaliation demonstrated moral commitment that exceeded what most people could maintain under pressure, while technical competence indicated that cooperation would involve genuine asset rather than liability requiring protection and supervision. The philosophical discussion that accompanied their physical exchange addressed fundamental questions about motivation and responsibility that would determine the reliability of any alliance that might be negotiated between parties whose backgrounds and objectives differed significantly despite current alignment against common threats. The exploration of what it meant to function as component within larger system while maintaining individual identity and moral agency touched on issues that would affect every aspect of their potential collaboration. Hikari's eventual acceptance of their recruitment offer was based not just on tactical considerations, but on recognition that the current crisis represented opportunity for the kind of meaningful action that his previous activities had been inadequate to provide, despite their value for skill development and financial support. The transition from underground entertainment to genuine life or death struggle offered challenges that matched his capabilities while serving purposes that transcended personal advancement or immediate gratification. The binding vow that Sukuna had made with Kenjaku without Yuji's knowledge or consent represented violation of autonomy that transformed him from independent actor into unwilling participant in conflicts whose scope and implications he was only beginning to understand. The automatic enrollment in the Culling game created obligations and vulnerabilities that would affect every subsequent decision, while providing enemies with advantages that they had been specifically positioned to exploit through long-term planning. The appearance of the Kogane Shikigami confirmed that the game's operational phase had begun, while providing access to information systems that would be essential for navigation and strategic planning within colony boundaries that operated according to rules that differed significantly from normal social and legal frameworks. The interface was designed to be helpful while remaining strictly neutral, providing services without commentary or judgment about the moral implications of how such services might be employed. The intelligence that became available through the Kogane revealed the presence of formidable opponents whose capabilities and motivations would shape the tactical environment within which all subsequent operations would need to be conducted. The reincarnated sorcerers represented concentration of historical expertise and power that exceeded what any contemporary individual could match through personal development alone. Their advantages built through centuries of accumulated experience and refined technique that modern training methods could not duplicate. Hajime Kashimo's particular interest in confronting Sukuna created both opportunity and complication for strategic planning. His obsession with testing himself against the strongest possible opponent, making him potential ally or enemy, depending on how his objectives could be integrated with broader mission requirements. The binding vow that had enabled his reincarnation was specifically crafted to provide access to the legendary figure whose reputation had motivated his participation in Kenjaku's schemes. The decision to divide their forces into specialized teams reflected understanding that the challenges they faced were too diverse and geographically dispersed for unified response to be effective, requiring parallel operations that could adapt to local conditions while maintaining coordination sufficient to prevent defeat in detail. The assignment of responsibilities was based on individual strengths and capabilities, while ensuring that each team possessed sufficient resources for independent operation if communication and mutual support became impossible. The target selection process that identified players with sufficient points for rule modification represented pragmatic approach to achieving objectives through whatever means proved most efficient, acknowledging that direct accumulation of points through standard gameplay would require time and resources that current circumstances made unavailable. The forced negotiation strategy was morally questionable but tactically sound, providing path to essential objectives that minimized exposure to prolonged combat that could result in unacceptable casualties. The geographical distribution of targets across multiple colonies ensured that their operations would not interfere with each other, while providing opportunities for learning and adaptation that could benefit all teams through shared intelligence and tactical innovation. The parallel missions would serve as experiments in different approaches to common challenges, generating data that could inform future operations while distributing risk across multiple fronts simultaneously. The countdown that governed Tsumiki's survival created temporal pressure that eliminated options for extended preparation or gradual approach to mission objectives, forcing acceptance of risks that would normally be considered unacceptable in favor of rapid action that offered some possibility of success rather than certain failure through inaction. The 19-day limit transformed every decision into calculation of time versus probability, speed versus safety, immediate action versus optimal preparation. The weight of this responsibility fell most heavily on Megumi, whose personal stake in the outcome created emotional pressure that could either motivate exceptional performance or compromise judgment in ways that might doom everyone, depending on his ability to maintain professional distance from outcomes that carried profound personal significance. The balance between caring enough to fight effectively and caring so much that emotional investment became liability would determine not just mission success, but his psychological survival, regardless of tactical outcomes. The preparation for entry into the colonies required not just tactical planning but psychological conditioning that would enable effective function within environments where normal social rules had been suspended in favor of supernatural governance that operated according to principles that were alien to everything their previous experience had taught them about appropriate behavior and reasonable expectations. The game was not just contest but transformation. Participation changing. Everyone who entered according to logic that prioritized energy generation over individual welfare or conventional morality. The final briefings before deployment addressed contingency planning and communication protocols that would maintain coordination despite separation and uncertainty, ensuring that intelligence gathered by individual teams would benefit everyone while preventing isolation that could lead to defeat through lack of mutual support. The preparation was comprehensive but necessarily incomplete, acknowledging that the challenges they would face had been specifically designed to exceed what conventional planning could anticipate or address through predetermined responses. The entry into Tokyo Colony Number 1 was not gentle transition but violent immersion into reality, where normal human concerns became irrelevant in the face of supernatural governance that operated according to principles designed to maximize conflict and energy generation, rather than fairness or participant welfare. The barrier that separated this zone from ordinary society was not mere boundary, but fundamental transformation of space itself, creating an environment where different laws applied and conventional morality became luxury that few could afford to maintain while struggling for survival against opponents whose capabilities exceeded anything that normal experience could prepare them to face. The separation of Yuji and Megumi upon crossing the threshold was not accidental but inherent feature of colony design that prevented coordinated entry by groups whose mutual support might reduce the individual vulnerability that the game required for optimal energy production. The isolation forced immediate adaptation to circumstances where previous partnerships and strategic planning became meaningless in favor of individual resourcefulness and tactical improvisation that would determine survival through the first crucial hours of participation. The opportunistic players who immediately targeted Yuji represented the kind of predatory behavior that the point system was specifically designed to encourage, creating incentives for experienced participants to hunt newcomers whose unfamiliarity with local conditions and rules made them easy sources of advancement within the competitive hierarchy. The tactical thinking that motivated these attacks was sound within the game's framework, but morally bankrupt according to normal standards of behavior toward people who posed no genuine threat to anyone's welfare or security. The ease with which Yuji dispatched these early opponents demonstrated evolution in his combat capabilities that reflected not just accumulated experience but fundamental changes in his relationship with cursed energy that had occurred during his period of exile and training with Choso. The techniques that had once required conscious effort and careful calculation were now flowing with natural rhythm that suggested integration between his innate potential and the supernatural forces that had been awakened within him through his engineered development. The encounter with his former classmate provided unexpected relief from the isolation and suspicion that characterized most interactions within colony boundaries, offering reminder that some connections from his previous life remained intact despite the transformation of circumstances that had made normal relationships increasingly difficult to maintain. The information about Hiromi Higuruma's location was valuable but secondary to the psychological benefit of discovering that friendship could survive, even when circumstances made such bonds tactically disadvantageous or personally dangerous. The choice to approach Higuruma alone, rather than waiting for potential backup, reflected understanding that the lawyer-turned-sorcerer represented unique opportunity for establishing alliance with someone whose moral development and intellectual sophistication might make him amenable to cooperation rather than simply elimination as potential threat to mission objectives. The risk was substantial, but justified by potential benefits that extended beyond simple point accumulation toward broader strategic considerations about building coalition capable of addressing challenges that individual action could never overcome. Hiromi Higuruma's background as defense attorney had prepared him for exactly the kind of moral complexity that the Culling game represented. His career devoted to navigating systems where justice was often secondary to procedure, while individual lives hung in balance of decisions made by people whose understanding of truth was filtered through institutional priorities that might or might not align with actual guilt or innocence. The transition from legal practice to supernatural combat was not as dramatic as it might have appeared. both environments requiring ability to function effectively within frameworks designed by others while maintaining personal integrity despite pressure to compromise essential principles. The awakening of his cursed technique during moment of ultimate moral crisis had transformed abstract philosophical commitment into practical power that could be deployed in service of values that had guided his career, despite institutional obstacles and personal costs that would have deterred less committed individuals. The ability to manifest courtroom environment where truth could be determined through supernatural compulsion rather than human testimony represented fulfillment of idealistic dreams about justice that ordinary legal systems could never achieve. The domain expansion that trapped Yuji within manifestation of perfect courtroom was not attack, but invitation to participate in process that would determine guilt or innocence according to standards that transcended normal legal procedures while maintaining essential commitment to fairness and due process that distinguished justice from vengeance or arbitrary punishment. The environment was designed to protect both participants from violence while ensuring that resolution would be based on evidence and moral reasoning rather than superior combat ability. The restriction against physical violence within the domain reflected understanding that justice could not be achieved through force but required voluntary submission to processes that acknowledged the dignity and rights of all participants regardless of their relative power or social status. The supernatural compulsion that prevented attacks was not limitation, but liberation, creating space where truth could emerge without contamination from threats or intimidation that might otherwise influence testimony or decision-making. The trial that began with minor infractions reflected Higuruma's testing of the domain's capabilities while providing Yuji with opportunities to understand how the system operated before more serious charges were introduced that would carry consequences, extending far beyond immediate, tactical considerations. The prosecution of gambling violations was simultaneously gentle introduction and serious evaluation of character that would inform subsequent proceedings whose outcomes might determine survival or elimination. The instant conviction for underage pachinko participation demonstrated the domain's ability to access information that normal legal procedures could never verify, supernatural perception, eliminating uncertainty about factual questions while focusing attention on moral and legal implications of actions whose occurrence was established beyond reasonable doubt. The speed of resolution was both advantage and limitation. Efficiency that prevented prolonged proceedings at cost of detailed exploration of mitigating circumstances or alternative interpretations of evidence. The cursed energy removal that followed conviction represented form of punishment that was simultaneously merciful and devastating, temporarily reducing capabilities without permanent damage, while demonstrating that the domain's authority extended beyond simple determination of guilt toward practical consequences that would affect ongoing participation in cyber conflicts where such reduction might prove fatal. The sentence was educational rather than vindictive, designed to teach respect for legal process rather than simply eliminate opposition. The retrial that Yuji requested demonstrated understanding of the system's logic while providing opportunity to address more serious charges, whose resolution would determine whether continued cooperation was possible or whether their encounter would end with his elimination as participant who posed unacceptable risks to innocent people. The decision to face accusations about Shibuya represented courage that transcended tactical calculation toward moral commitment that prioritized truth over personal safety or strategic advantage. The guilty plea that stunned Higuruma was not tactical maneuver, but genuine acceptance of responsibility for consequences that had resulted from his body's actions, regardless of his conscious control or intent during the events in question. The willingness to accept blame for atrocities committed by Sukuna reflected psychological maturity that acknowledged connection between vessel and entity while maintaining moral framework that distinguished between active choice, circumstances beyond individual control. The death penalty that was decreed as appropriate sentence for mass murder provided Higuruma with ultimate weapon against someone whose elimination would normally require overwhelming force or extensive tactical preparation. The executioner's sword, representing power that could kill anyone regardless of their defensive capabilities or supernatural enhancements. The manifestation was both tool and test, opportunity to eliminate dangerous opponent or demonstrate commitment to justice that transcended personal advantage or expedient resolution of complex moral questions. The evidence that exonerated Yuji of conscious participation in Shibuya's devastation was available to Domain's supernatural perception, but had been ignored in favor of strict legal interpretation that held individuals responsible for consequences of their actions, regardless of mitigating circumstances that might reduce moral culpability without eliminating factual connection between person and outcome. The revelation transformed conviction from accurate judgment into legal technicality that failed to address essential questions about responsibility and blame. The choice to dispel the domain rather than execute someone whose guilt was technical rather than moral represented evolution in Higuruma's understanding of justice that transcended rigid adherence to procedural requirements in favor of outcomes that served broader principles of fairness and protection of innocent people. The decision was simultaneously merciful and practical, acknowledging that true justice required consideration of factors that legal frameworks might not adequately address through established precedents. The rule modification that followed their encounter demonstrated practical application of coalition building that would benefit not just immediate participants, but everyone whose survival depended on adaptation of game mechanics to serve humanitarian objectives, rather than simply rewarding violence and elimination. The ability to transfer points created opportunities for mutual support that could transform competitive environment into collaborative effort focused on collective survival rather than individual advancement through elimination of others. Meanwhile, Megami's separation from his partner had led him into encounter with predatory player whose techniques and tactics were specifically designed to exploit newcomers through deception and misdirection rather than direct confrontation, that might reveal weaknesses or limitations that could be exploited by more capable opponents. Registar's manipulation of Remy demonstrated organizational approach to hunting that maximized efficiency, while minimizing personal risk through use of expendable assets who could be sacrificed if situations developed unfavorably. The false information about Higuruma's location represented strategic thinking that would isolate potential allies while creating opportunities for elimination that avoided fair combat in favor of ambush tactics that had proven effective against previous targets whose trust and desperation had made them vulnerable to similar deceptions. The approach was tactically sound but morally compromised, reflecting prioritization of personal advancement over any consideration for welfare of people whose only crime was entering territory that others had claimed through force or prior occupation. The 3-against-1 odds that Megami faced upon arrival at the designated location represented escalation beyond what normal combat encounters typically involved, requiring tactical adaptation and resource management that would test every aspect of his development while providing opportunities for demonstrating capabilities that might otherwise remain theoretical possibilities rather than practical applications. The The challenge was severe but not insurmountable for someone whose training and inherent abilities had prepared him for exactly such circumstances. The arrival of Takaba as unexpected participant in the conflict represented one of those coincidental interventions that could dramatically alter tactical situations through introduction of capabilities that no amount of planning could anticipate or adequately prepare for. His reality manipulation technique was powered by subjective amusement rather than conventional cursed energy principles, creating effects that violated normal expectations about what was possible within established frameworks of supernatural combat. The comedy-based power system that governed Takaba's abilities represented paradigm that transcended normal categories of strength and technique through application of principles that were simultaneously profound and absurd. His effectiveness determined not by training or inherent potential, but by psychological state and creative capacity that could transform serious combat into theatrical performance, where laughter determined victory more reliably than overwhelming force or superior strategy. The defeat of Hazunoki through application of classical comedy techniques demonstrated that humor could serve as legitimate combat methodology when wielded by someone whose understanding of entertainment principles was sufficiently sophisticated to create effects that opponents could not defend against through conventional means. The 1,000 Years of Pain technique was simultaneously juvenile prank and devastating attack, its effectiveness based on surprise and psychological impact rather than physical damage or cursed energy manipulation. The strategic withdrawal of Megumi and Reggie to gymnasium environment represented mutual acknowledgement that their conflict required enclosed space, where domain expansion could be deployed without excessive collateral damage to surrounding area or innocent people who might be present in more populated locations. The choice demonstrated professional courtesy between combatants whose personal animosity was secondary to practical considerations about optimal conditions for meaningful resolution of their dispute. The incomplete nature of Megumi's Chimera Shadow Garden reflected his ongoing development as sorcerer, whose potential exceeded his current technical mastery, the domain providing enhanced capabilities without guaranteed hit effect that characterized mature manifestations of such techniques. The limitation was simultaneously weakness and advantage, reducing automatic effectiveness, while creating opportunities for tactical creativity that complete domains might not provide through their overwhelming but predictable effects. The weight-bearing contest that emerged from their exchange of techniques represented intellectual approach to combat that prioritized understanding of underlying principles over simple application of overwhelming force, both participants demonstrating sophisticated grasp of how cursed energy could be manipulated to create advantages that transcended normal categories of attack and defense through creative application of established methodologies. The basement pool that served as final battleground created environmental conditions that neutralized many of the advantages that both combatants had been developing throughout their encounter, forcing adaptation to circumstances that neither had anticipated, while providing opportunities for resolution through improvisation rather than predetermined strategies that might have resulted in prolonged stalemate or mutual destruction. The curse that Reggie bestowed upon Megumi before dying represented final act of malice that would carry implications extending far beyond their immediate encounter toward future events, whose significance neither participant could fully understand at moment of utterance. The prophecy about fate toying with him like a fool would prove prescient in ways that reflected deeper currents of manipulation and destiny that had been shaping his development since childhood through forces whose agenda transcended normal categories of personal conflict or competitive advancement. The collapse that followed victory represented price of pushing capabilities beyond sustainable limits, while demonstrating that even successful combat carried costs that could compromise subsequent performance and decision-making capacity. The exhaustion was not just physical, but spiritual, depletion of resources that would require time and care to restore, while leaving him vulnerable to exploitation by enemies who might recognize and attempt to capitalize on his temporarily reduced capabilities. The rescue by Angel represented intervention that was simultaneously coincidental and inevitable, their paths crossing at a moment when assistance was essential for survival, while providing opportunity for beginning negotiations that had been primary objective of their entry into colony territory. The convergence was fortunate but not surprising, given strategic importance of establishing contact with someone whose abilities were indispensable for achieving broader mission objectives that transcended individual survival or point accumulation. Within game's competitive framework, the Sendai colony had become a crucible where ancient ambitions collided with contemporary determination, its boundaries containing some of the most formidable sorcerers ever to walk the earth, while serving as testing ground for abilities that transcended normal categories of power and technique. The concentration of reincarnated talent within this single territory created competitive environment where survival required not just individual excellence, but strategic thinking that could navigate complex relationships between opponents, whose motivations and capabilities had been shaped by centuries of accumulated experience and refined hatred. Yuta's infiltration into this supernatural battlefield was conducted with careful attention to intelligence gathering and tactical preparation, understanding that his success would depend not just on his exceptional abilities, but on his capacity to adapt those abilities to circumstances that no amount of training could fully prepare him to face. The opponents he would encounter represented living history, individuals whose techniques had been perfected through lifetimes of application, while their understanding of combat had been shaped by experiences that contemporary sorcerers could never duplicate through modern training methods. The special grade cockroach that served as his initial opponent was not merely powerful cursed spirit, but manifestation of accumulated malice that had been refined through decades of feeding on human fear and disgust, its abilities reflecting primal revulsion that transcended rational response, while its intelligence demonstrated evolution beyond simple predatory instinct towards something approaching strategic thinking. The creature represented exactly the kind of threat that required both overwhelming power and tactical sophistication to eliminate effectively. The positive cursed energy that Yuta deployed against this opponent demonstrated mastery of techniques that few sorcerers ever achieved. His ability to manipulate life force itself, rather than simply destruction and decay, representing philosophical approach to combat that prioritized creation and healing over pure elimination. The mouth-based projection of this energy was simultaneously elegant and devastating, proving that innovation could enhance even the most advanced traditional methodologies through creative application of established principles. But the true test of his capabilities would come through encounters with sorcerers whose reputations had been built through achievements that had shaped entire eras of Jujutsu history, individuals whose return to physical form represented opportunity for them to complete ambitions that death had interrupted, while demonstrating whether contemporary training could produce abilities that matched what previous generations had accomplished through different approaches to power, development and application. Uro Takako's presence on the battlefield represented convergence of historical grievance with personal vendetta, her resentment toward the Fujiwara clan having festered through centuries of death, while her military experience as captain of assassination squad had provided foundation for techniques that were simultaneously sophisticated and ruthlessly practical. The Sun, Moon, and Star Squad that she had once led represented pinnacle of organized supernatural warfare during her era, their coordination and capability serving as model for military applications of cursed energy that had never been surpassed. The betrayal that had ended her original life had created psychological wounds that transcended normal categories of anger or disappointment towards something approaching metaphysical hatred that could only be resolved through complete destruction of everyone connected to the clan that had orchestrated her downfall. The discovery that Yuta carried Fujiwara bloodline transformed their encounter from simple competition into personal crusade that would accept nothing less than his complete annihilation as payment for historical injustices that he had never participated in or benefited from. The sky manipulation technique that defined her combat approach represented mastery over spatial relationships that approached Gojo-level sophistication, while operating according to different principles that emphasized redirection and environmental control over pure, overwhelming force. Her ability to treat the atmosphere itself as malleable surface that could be folded, twisted, and reshaped according to her will created tactical possibilities that conventional defense and offense were inadequate to address through established methodologies. Ryu Ishigori's participation in this conflict was motivated by philosophical hunger that had never been satisfied despite lifetime of seeking worthy opponents who could provide the kind of meaningful challenge that would justify his existence and validate his approach to combat as form of artistic expression. The granite blast technique that served as his signature ability represented perfect integration of raw power with precise control, cursed energy manipulation that achieved effects approaching natural disaster levels while maintaining surgical accuracy that could eliminate specific targets without affecting surrounding environment. The cursed energy output that he possessed was acknowledged as highest among all Culling game participants, his spiritual reserves exceeding what even special-grade sorcerers typically achieved through years of development and refinement. But raw power alone was insufficient to provide the satisfaction he craved, his battles serving as search for opponents who could match not just his strength, but his understanding of combat as transcendent experience that elevated participants beyond normal human limitations through perfect expression of individual potential. The three-way conflict that emerged from their mutual interest in testing themselves against Yuta created unprecedented tactical situation where alliance and opposition shifted continuously as each participant sought advantages that could be exploited while preventing others from gaining decisive superiority. The complexity of managing multiple high-level opponents simultaneously required strategic thinking that exceeded what conventional training scenarios could provide, forcing innovation and adaptation in real time under circumstances where failure would result in immediate elimination. The domain expansion clash that should have provided resolution through overwhelming application of technique was interrupted by the special-grade cockroach's return, its survival and enhancement through consumption of cursed energy, demonstrating evolution that transformed simple pest into genuine threat, capable of affecting outcomes at the highest levels of supernatural combat. The creature's intervention created chaos that disrupted established tactical patterns while providing opportunities for all participants to demonstrate adaptability under unexpected pressure. The hand-to-hand combat that occurred within overlapping domain effects represented pinnacle of close-quarters supernatural fighting, each participant bringing decades or centuries of accumulated experience while adapting to environmental conditions that enhanced some abilities while constraining others according to complex interactions between competing techniques, territorial claims. The violence was intimate but not personal, professional excellence rather than emotional hatred driving each exchange of attacks and defensive measures. Yuta's copy technique proved crucial for maintaining competitive balance against opponents whose original abilities had been perfected through lifetimes of application. His supernatural mimicry, allowing him to adapt their own strengths while combining them with capabilities they had never encountered or developed countermeasures for during their original lives. The integration of borrowed techniques with his natural abilities created a hybrid approach that exceeded what pure original development could have achieved within normal temporal limitations. The consumption of Yuro's severed arm by the cockroach created unexpected opportunity for Yuta to access sky manipulation technique through his copying ability, the biological connection providing sufficient exposure for his supernatural mimicry to analyze and reproduce effects that would normally require years of study and practice to achieve even basic competency. The acquisition was fortuitous but not accidental, reflecting tactical awareness that could recognize and exploit opportunities as they emerged from chaotic combat situations. The thin icebreaker technique that he adapted from Yuro's arsenal demonstrated how borrowed abilities could be integrated with personal fighting style to create combinations that exceeded what either original or copied techniques could achieve independently. The redirection of Ryu's granite blast back toward its originator represented perfect synthesis of strategic thinking with technical capability, using enemy strength as weapon, while minimizing personal energy expenditure required for decisive counterattack. The mutual recognition that passed between combatants as their battle reached conclusion reflected professional respect that transcended personal animosity or competitive jealousy, acknowledgement that they had participated in an encounter that represented pinnacle of what supernatural combat could achieve when practiced by individuals whose capabilities approached theoretical limits of what human potential could accomplish through dedicated development and perfect technique. Integration. The philosophical discussion that accompanied point transfer addressed fundamental questions about the relationship between power and satisfaction that had motivated all participants throughout their extended existences. Ancient sorcerers, sharing wisdom that had been earned through centuries of seeking meaning and purpose through combat excellence. The advice about emotional detachment and overwhelming aggression reflected understanding of what was required for transcendence beyond normal human limitations, towards something approaching divine authority over life and death. The comparison to Sukuna and other legendary figures was not idle flattery but accurate assessment of capabilities that Yuta had demonstrated through his victory over opponents whose own reputations had been built through achievements that had shaped entire eras of Jujutsu history. The acknowledgement carried weight that exceeded simple congratulation, representing formal recognition that he had achieved status among the greatest practitioners of supernatural combat who had ever existed. But the message about abandoning human emotions and embracing role as natural calamity reflected philosophical framework that Yuta would ultimately reject, despite understanding its logical foundations. His commitment to protecting others and maintaining connections that gave his power, meaning representing conscious choice to remain human, despite possessing capabilities that could justify transcendence beyond such limitations. The tension between power and humanity would define his character development throughout subsequent challenges. The 200 points that he accumulated through this victory represented not just numerical achievement within game mechanics, but validation of approach to combat and personal development that had been shaped by experiences completely different from those that had formed his opponents. Understanding of strength and its proper application. The total was sufficient for significant rule modifications that could benefit not just his own survival but welfare of everyone whose participation in deadly game was motivated by circumstances beyond their control. The exhaustion that followed this encounter was profound but not debilitating, reflecting costs of pushing exceptional abilities to their absolute limits while maintaining strategic thinking necessary for survival against opponents whose capabilities matched or exceeded his own in specific areas of expertise. The recovery would require time and care, but would ultimately result in growth that could only be achieved through testing that approached but did not exceed sustainable limits of human potential, enhanced through supernatural development. The respect that he had earned from ancient sorcerers would carry implications extending beyond immediate tactical advantages toward broader questions about how contemporary Jujutsu society was perceived by individuals whose own achievements had been accomplished through different approaches to power development and application. The recognition served as bridge between eras, while validating training methods and philosophical frameworks that had been developed through entirely different historical circumstances and cultural contexts. The victory established Yuta as legitimate participant in conflicts that had previously been dominated by individuals whose reputations were based on achievements spanning centuries. His success demonstrating that contemporary training could produce capabilities that matched what previous generations had accomplished through approaches that modern practitioners could study but never fully duplicate. The accomplishment was personal but also collective, reflecting advancement in Jujutsu education and development that honored historical tradition while transcending its limitations. The Sendai colony's transformation from battlefield to territory under his influence represented shift in power dynamics that would affect every subsequent encounter within its boundaries, his demonstrated capabilities serving as deterrent to casual predation while providing security for other participants whose survival might contribute to broader objectives that transcended simple point accumulation or personal advancement. Within competitive hierarchy established by game mechanics, the intelligence gathered through these encounters would prove valuable for strategic planning that addressed challenges extending beyond individual colony boundaries toward coordinated response to threats that required understanding of opponent capabilities and motivations that could only be obtained through direct combat experience against representatives of different eras and philosophical approaches to supernatural power application and development. The foundation had been established for alliances and conflicts that would shape final phases of Culling game participation, his reputation, and demonstrated abilities, creating opportunities for influence that extended beyond personal survival toward leadership roles that could affect outcomes for everyone whose participation was motivated by circumstances that they had never chosen but were now forced to navigate through a fate. Whatever methods proved most effective for achieving objectives that served interests larger than individual advancement or competitive success within frameworks designed by others for purposes that participants might oppose but were powerless to change through conventional resistance or protest. The domain expansion that Hikari Kinji had perfected represented perhaps the most audacious integration of popular culture with deadly sorcery that had ever been achieved, transforming the life or death realities of supernatural combat into elaborate manifestation of pachinko gambling mechanics that operated according to probability mathematics rather than traditional concepts of overwhelming power, hors supérieur technique. The idle death gamble was simultaneously entertainment venue and execution chamber, its garish neon aesthetics concealing mechanisms that could grant temporary immortality or ensure swift elimination, depending on variables that seemed to favor chance over skill or preparation. The theoretical foundation that supported this unprecedented approach to domain construction reflected understanding of cursed energy manipulation that transcended conventional wisdom about how such techniques should operate, drawing power not from accumulated spiritual reserves or inherited bloodline advantages, but from psychological states that most sorcerers would consider peripheral to serious combat applications. The integration of gambling excitement with life preservation created feedback loops that enhanced effectiveness through emotional investment in outcomes that carried genuine stakes beyond simple victory or defeat. The pachinko machine that served as the domain's central mechanism was not mere aesthetic choice but functional necessity, its random number generation, providing the mathematical framework through which Hakari's fate would be determined, while his opponent faced consequences that could range from minor inconvenience to complete annihilation depending on results that neither participant could directly control through conventional cursed energy manipulation or superior tactical thinking. The jackpot condition that granted unlimited cursed energy for 4 minutes and 11 seconds represented temporary transcendence of normal spiritual limitations, transforming Hakari from exceptional but mortal combatant into effectively immortal force whose capabilities exceeded what even special grade sorcerers could typically achieve through years of development and training. The duration was precisely calibrated to match the length of Private Pure Love Train, the theme song that would provide both soundtrack and timer for his period of enhanced capability. The 1 in 239 probability that governed jackpot achievement should have made such outcomes rare enough to be tactically irrelevant, but Hakari's supernatural luck or unconscious manipulation of probability suggested that external factors beyond simple mathematical chance might influence results in ways that conventional analysis could not adequately predict or explain. The suspiciously frequent successes indicated that skill, intuition, or destiny played larger roles than pure randomness in determining outcomes. The automatic reverse curse technique activation that accompanied jackpot status created regenerative capabilities that exceeded what even the most accomplished healers could achieve through conscious application of such techniques, his body reflexively repairing damage faster than opponents could inflict it while maintaining full combat effectiveness throughout the enhanced period. The healing was not conscious process, but automatic response that operated independently of his attention or energy reserves, creating tactical advantages that conventional defense could never duplicate. Charles Bernard's encounter with this overwhelming system represented collision between artistic ambition and supernatural reality, his dreams of creating compelling battle manga, providing insufficient preparation for participation in conflicts where fictional inspiration met genuinely lethal consequences. The newly awakened sorcerer's enthusiasm for research material was admirable but tragically misguided, his academic approach to deadly combat, creating vulnerabilities that more experienced opponents would exploit without hesitation or mercy. The casual disrespect with which Hakari dismissed Charles's creative aspirations was simultaneously cruel and educational, demonstrating that domain-level combat required psychological warfare that could destroy opponents' confidence and self-image before physical techniques were even deployed. The criticism of his manga was not literary review, but tactical assault designed to undermine motivation and fighting spirit that might otherwise have allowed for more effective resistance to subsequent attacks. The domain's manifestation around Charles created environmental conditions that were familiar to Hakari while being completely alien to his opponent. The pachinko parlor atmosphere, providing psychological advantages that complemented technical superiority, while creating sensory overload that would interfere with clear thinking and strategic planning. The combination of overwhelming stimuli with genuine mortal danger created circumstances that favored experience over raw ability or theoretical knowledge. The hands-in-pockets fighting style that Hikari employed was not arrogance but practical demonstration of the gap between their capabilities. His casual approach to deadly combat serving notice that Charles represented no genuine threat, despite his newly awakened abilities and apparent enthusiasm for the encounter. The restraint was simultaneously merciful and insulting. Acknowledgement of opponent's weakness that made decisive victory inevitable, while prolonging the experience for educational or entertainment purposes. The jackpot that concluded their encounter provided spectacular demonstration of how the domain's mechanics could transform routine combat into supernatural spectacle. The Private Pure Love Train theme song serving as herald for transformation that elevated Hikari beyond normal human limitations, while providing audio cue that experienced opponents would learn to recognize as signal for immediate tactical withdrawal or desperate final assault before enhanced capabilities could be fully deployed. The November 12th timing of this encounter was significant beyond simple chronology, the date and hour creating numerical coincidences that might have influenced probability outcomes in ways that suggested deeper connections between Hikari's technique and cosmic forces that govern chance and destiny. The precision of manifestation at exactly 12 minutes after 12 o'clock demonstrated either supernatural luck or unconscious manipulation of environmental factors that extended beyond normal cursed energy control. Panda's simultaneous approach to recruit Hikari for their mission had demonstrated strategic thinking that paralleled their own, while providing additional validation that conventional institutional resources were inadequate for addressing challenges that required unconventional capabilities and willingness to operate outside established protocols. The convergence was fortunate, but not entirely coincidental, reflecting shared understanding of what current circumstances demanded from anyone serious about achieving meaningful results. The confrontation with Hajime Kashimo represented escalation to genuinely dangerous levels of combat, the ancient sorcerer's electrical techniques providing capabilities that could overwhelm even enhanced regeneration through sustained assault that accumulated damage faster than automatic healing could repair it. The reincarnated warrior's obsession with fighting Sukuna had created motivation that transcended normal concerns about survival or tactical advantage, his participation in deadly games serving larger agenda that valued meaningful combat over personal safety. The electricity-based attacks that Kashimo deployed represented mastery over natural forces that had been refined through lifetime of application and experimentation. His understanding of how electrical energy could be weaponized through cursed energy manipulation, exceeding what contemporary science or sorcery typically achieved through conventional research and development. The techniques were simultaneously ancient wisdom and cutting-edge innovation, traditional knowledge enhanced through supernatural capability that transcended normal technological limitations. The water-based strategy that nearly killed Hikari demonstrated sophisticated tactical thinking that could exploit environmental factors to create advantages that pure technique comparison might not reveal. Electrical conduction through liquid medium, providing force multiplication that transformed manageable attacks into potentially lethal assaults. The approach reflected understanding that victory often belonged to whoever could best adapt their capabilities to circumstances, rather than simply overpowering opposition through raw ability. The binding vow that Hikari employed to sacrifice his left arm represented desperate but intelligent response to circumstances that threatened permanent elimination. His willingness to accept partial loss in exchange for continued survival, demonstrating strategic thinking that prioritized long-term objectives over short-term comfort or physical integrity. The trade was painful but practical, acknowledging that some battles required sacrifice to achieve victory or even basic survival. The revelation about Kashimo's reserved cursed technique added layer of complexity to their encounter that extended beyond immediate tactical considerations toward broader strategic implications about resources that were being held in reserve for specific targets whose elimination was considered more important than current combat objectives. The restraint was simultaneously respect and insult, acknowledgement of Hikari's capabilities coupled with clear statement that he was not considered worthy of maximum effort. The decision to spare Kashimo rather than eliminate him represented recognition that potential alliance carried greater value than immediate point acquisition, his abilities and motivation making him valuable asset for confrontations that would require every possible advantage against opponents whose capabilities exceeded what any individual could handle through independent action. The mercy was strategic rather than sentimental, calculated decision based on assessment of future needs and opportunities. The recruitment offer that concluded their encounter demonstrated evolution in Hikari's approach to the Culling game, from individual survival toward collaborative strategy that acknowledged the necessity of building coalition capable of addressing challenges that transcended what any single participant could overcome through personal excellence alone. The promise of eventual confrontation with Sukuna provided motivation that aligned with Kashimo's fundamental objectives while securing his cooperation for intermediate goals that served broader mission requirements. The 100 points that Hikari claimed through victory provided sufficient resources for rule modification that could benefit not just his personal objectives, but collective welfare of participants whose survival was threatened by game mechanics that prioritized elimination over meaningful resolution of underlying conflicts. The accumulation represented power that extended beyond individual advancement toward potential systemic change that could transform competitive environment into collaborative framework. The philosophical discussion about immortality and meaningful combat that accompanied their point exchange addressed fundamental questions about what made existence worthwhile when death had been temporarily rendered irrelevant through supernatural enhancement. The conversation touched on themes that would resonate throughout subsequent encounters where power and mortality intersected in ways that challenged conventional understanding of what it meant to be human while possessing capabilities that transcended normal limitations. The demonstration of jackpot mechanics against genuinely formidable opponent validated the domain's effectiveness under conditions that could not be replicated through training or theoretical analysis, proving that innovative approaches to cursed energy manipulation could compete with traditional methodologies when applied by practitioners whose understanding of underlying principles was sufficiently sophisticated to exploit advantages that conventional wisdom might dismiss as irrelevant or impractical. The recovery period that followed such intensive combat required careful attention to both physical healing and psychological processing of experiences that had pushed every system beyond normal operational parameters. The enhanced regeneration providing rapid repair of damage while leaving participants to deal with emotional and spiritual consequences of encounters that had tested fundamental assumptions about personal limitations and mortality. The alliance that emerged from this encounter represented foundation for collaborative approach to subsequent challenges that would require coordination between individuals whose capabilities and motivations differed significantly, but whose shared objectives created opportunities for mutual support that exceeded what any participant could achieve through independent action. The partnership was pragmatic, but not purely transactional, built on respect earned through genuine combat, rather than simple convenience or institutional assignment. The reputation that Hikari had established through these encounters would precede him into subsequent conflicts while creating expectations and tactical preparations that opponents would develop specifically to counter his unusual approach to domain-based combat. The fame was simultaneously advantage and liability. Recognition that enhanced his influence, while providing enemies with intelligence they could use to develop countermeasures for his most effective techniques and strategies. The evolution in his understanding of the Culling game's broader implications had transformed his participation from simple survival exercise into conscious contribution to larger struggle that would determine not just individual fates, but the future relationship between supernatural forces and human civilization. The stakes were personal, but also cosmic, individual choices, carrying weight that extended far beyond immediate consequences toward outcomes that would affect everyone whose existence was connected to the supernatural world's ongoing development and transformation. The Sakurajima colony had become hunting ground where predators stalked through volcanic terrain that seemed to mirror the hellish nature of conflicts that were being waged within its boundaries. The ancient geological violence that had shaped the landscape serving as appropriate backdrop for encounters that would test every participant's capacity to transcend normal human limitations through courage, sacrifice, and perfect integration of technique with will. The cursed energy that permeated this territory was different from other colonies, charged with elemental force that reflected the raw power contained beneath the Earth's surface, while providing environmental conditions that enhanced certain techniques while constraining others, according to principles that few sorcerers understood well enough to exploit effectively. Maki's partnership with Noritoshi Kamo represented strategic alliance between individuals whose complementary abilities and shared commitment to protecting innocent people created opportunities for mutual support that exceeded what either could achieve through independent action. The former Kyoto student's blood manipulation technique provided ranged capabilities that balanced her preference for close-quarters combat, while his tactical experience offered perspective that could identify threats and opportunities that pure combat instincts might overlook in the heat of battle. The sinister presence that they detected approaching their position was not ordinary cursed spirit, but manifestation of hatred so pure and concentrated that it had transcended normal categories of supernatural entity towards something approaching embodiment of malice itself. The aura that preceded its arrival carried weight that pressed against their consciousness with force that made breathing difficult while creating psychological pressure that threatened to overwhelm rational thought through exposure to evil that exceeded what living minds were designed to process or comprehend. The appearance of Naoya Zenin as vengeful cursed spirit represented transformation of human consciousness through death and resentment so profound that individual identity had been preserved while being enhanced by supernatural forces that fed on negative emotions until personality became weapon rather than identity. The curse that he had become was not random evolution, but inevitable result of life spent cultivating hatred and superiority that death had concentrated into pure destructive force, focused on eliminating everyone who had ever challenged his worldview or threatened his sense of supremacy. The speed that defined his cursed form was not mere enhancement of his human capabilities, but fundamental alteration of his relationship with space and time that allowed movement approaching light velocity while maintaining sufficient control to execute precise attacks against targets whose own enhanced reflexes were inadequate to track or predict his assault patterns. The technique was simultaneously his greatest strength and ultimate expression of the philosophy that had shaped his entire existence. Velocity as manifestation of his need to surpass everyone else regardless of cost or consequences. The sound barrier that shattered with his initial assault created sonic boom that served as weapon in itself, the pressure wave carrying enough force to disorient opponents, while announcing his presence with violence that reflected his personality and approach to every conflict throughout his life and death. The environmental destruction that accompanied his movement was not accidental collateral damage, but deliberate intimidation, designed to demonstrate power that exceeded what normal cursed energy manipulation could achieve through conventional techniques and applications. The impact that drove Marquis into the ground with crater-forming force demonstrated that her enhanced physical capabilities were insufficient to withstand assault that combined supernatural speed with hatred concentrated through decades of resentment that death had purified into single-minded focus on destroying everyone who had ever made him feel inferior or inadequate. The attack was personal but also representative, individual malice serving broader agenda that sought to eliminate anyone whose existence challenged established hierarchies or traditional power structures. The assistance that Noritoshi provided through his blood manipulation was tactically sound but strategically inadequate, his techniques capable of inconveniencing their opponent while lacking the overwhelming power necessary to neutralize threat that had transcended normal categories of cursed spirit through integration of human intelligence with supernatural malevolence. The support was valuable but insufficient, demonstrating that conventional sorcery was inadequate for addressing evolution that had created entity beyond normal classification systems. The transformation that occurred as their battle intensified represented further evolution of Naoya's cursed form through exposure to combat stress and emotional stimulation that activated dormant potential within his spiritual architecture, the change reflecting natural progression that had been interrupted by his elimination, but was now free to proceed according to principles that governed cursed spirit development. The enhancement was dramatic and immediate, capabilities increasing exponentially while maintaining core characteristics that defined his identity and motivations. The Mach 3 speeds that he achieved in his enhanced state created combat environment where normal perception and reaction time became meaningless limitations that left opponents vulnerable to assault patterns that exceeded what human consciousness could process, even when enhanced through supernatural development and training. The velocity was not just physical phenomenon, but metaphysical expression of his desperate need to surpass everyone else through whatever means proved necessary or available. The overwhelming nature of this enhanced assault forced Noritoshi to make tactical decisions that prioritized Marquis' survival over his own safety, understanding that her unique capabilities represented their only hope for eventual victory, while his sacrifice might provide sufficient distraction for her to develop counter-strategy that could exploit weaknesses that conventional analysis had failed to identify. The choice was strategic but also personal, acknowledgement of respect earned through shared combat against impossible odds. The interruption by two additional players whose motives and capabilities were initially unclear represented exactly the kind of chaotic intervention that could transform tactical situations through introduction of variables that no amount of planning could anticipate or prepare for adequately. The timing was fortuitous, but not necessarily beneficial, unknown factors potentially creating opportunities, while simultaneously introducing risks that might prove more dangerous than original threat they had been struggling to address. The elderly sorcerer, who identified himself as Daido Hagane, carried himself with confidence that suggested capabilities exceeding what his apparent age and unassuming appearance might indicate, his casual approach to supernatural combat reflecting experience that had been earned through encounters that contemporary practitioners could never duplicate through modern training methods. The sword-focused philosophy that defined his approach to battle represented dedication to principles that transcended temporary trends in technique development or tactical thinking. The complete absence of cursed energy that characterized his spiritual signature was not weakness, but conscious choice that had been refined through decades of practice and philosophical development. His commitment to pure swordsmanship representing approach that relied on skill and understanding rather than supernatural enhancement to achieve results that matched what enhanced practitioners accomplished through very different methodologies. The path was more difficult but potentially more reliable. Immune to disruption through cursed energy manipulation or technique nullification. The water-breathing technique that he demonstrated was not borrowed from popular entertainment but practical application of breathing control principles that had been developed through legitimate martial tradition, his movements reflecting understanding of how rhythm and oxygen flow could enhance physical performance while providing psychological framework for maintaining calm focus under extreme pressure. The form was elegant and devastatingly effective, proving that traditional knowledge remained relevant despite contemporary emphasis on cursed energy manipulation. The sensation of pure lethality that accompanied his handling of Maki's split-soul katana was not intimidation tactic, but genuine expression of what perfect integration between warrior and weapon could achieve when both had been refined through experiences that transcended normal categories of training or preparation. The blade recognized mastery that exceeded its previous wielder's capabilities while responding to someone whose understanding of its true nature allowed access to potential that had remained dormant during previous applications. The philosophical insight that Daido offered about seeing everything around Naoya rather than focusing on the curse himself represented fundamental shift in tactical thinking that addressed root causes rather than symptoms, understanding that superior speed could be neutralized through prediction and positioning rather than attempting to match velocity that exceeded physical possibility. The advice was simultaneously practical technique, instruction, and spiritual guidance about perception and awareness. The encouragement for Maki to enter Mio's domain represented recognition that her current limitations could only be transcended through experiences that pushed every system beyond established parameters while providing controlled environment for growth that would be impossible to achieve through conventional training methods. The sumo-focused domain offered unique opportunities for development that aligned with her specific needs and capabilities. The hyperbolic time chamber effect that characterized the domain's interior created educational environment where accelerated learning could occur without external interference or time pressure that might compromise the thoroughness of instruction necessary for achieving breakthrough that would transform theoretical understanding into practical capability. The 3,000 match training session condensed lifetime of experience into minutes of external time, while providing comprehensive education in principles that normal instruction could never convey adequately. The realization that she had always operated without proper guidance represented acknowledgement of limitation that had constrained her development throughout her career, institutional prejudice, preventing access to instruction that would have unlocked potential that circumstances had forced her to discover through independent struggle and determination. The recognition was painful but liberating, understanding that her achievements had been accomplished despite rather than because of the support she had received from established systems. The guidance that Mio provided through their extended combat represented exactly the kind of mentorship that Maki had been denied throughout her development. Patient instruction, combined with rigorous testing that pushed her capabilities, while providing framework for understanding principles that pure experience could never reveal without proper theoretical foundation. The teaching was comprehensive but focused, addressing specific limitations while building on strengths that had been developed through her unique circumstances and experiences. The breakthrough that occurred after 3 minutes of domain time represented fundamental reorganization of her perceptual and physical systems that activated potential that had been present but inaccessible throughout her development. The awakening transforming her from exceptional human warrior into something approaching the legendary capabilities that Toji Fushiguro had achieved during his prime years as pinnacle of non-cursed energy combat excellence. The enhanced perception that accompanied this transformation allowed her to process information about Naoya's movement patterns that had been invisible to normal observation, even when enhanced through supernatural awareness. The cursed spirit's speed no longer representing insurmountable obstacle, but predictable pattern that could be anticipated and countered through proper positioning and timing, rather than impossible attempts to match his velocity through brute force enhancement. The domain expansion that Naoya deployed as desperate final gambit was designed to trap opponents within space, where his speed advantages would be maximized, while environmental factors eliminated possibilities for evasion or tactical maneuvering that might allow for counterattack strategies. The technique represented ultimate expression of his philosophy and capabilities, creating conditions where victory should have been guaranteed against any conceivable opponent. But the proclamation that Maki had achieved equality with, or potentially surpassed Toji's legendary capabilities, represented recognition that her transcendence had elevated her beyond normal categories of strength and technique toward something that could challenge even the most overwhelming expressions of supernatural power through perfect integration of physical ability with tactical understanding and spiritual discipline that few practitioners ever achieved, regardless of their inherent potential or training opportunities. The defeat of Naoya within his own domain demonstrated that individual excellence could overcome systematic advantages when skill and understanding were sufficient to exploit weaknesses that overconfidence and rigid thinking had failed to address adequately. The victory was not just tactical success, but validation of approach to development that prioritized comprehensive mastery over specialized enhancement, proving that dedication and proper guidance could produce capabilities that transcended what genetic inheritance or supernatural enhancement typically provided. The transformation was complete but not without cost, the awakening requiring sacrifice and suffering that had refined her character, while unlocking potential that had been constrained by circumstances and limitations that were finally being swept away through combination of personal determination and external support that had provided exactly what was needed at the crucial moment when such assistance could make the difference between transcendence and destruction. The equality with Toji that she had achieved represented not just personal accomplishment, but hope for everyone whose potential had been dismissed or constrained by systems that valued inherited advantage over earned excellence. Her success demonstrating that limitation could be transcended through sufficient commitment to growth and improvement that refused to accept that current circumstances represented permanent constraints on what could be achieved through dedicated effort, guided by proper understanding of underlying principles and supported by genuine instruction from those whose own achievements provided foundation for effective guidance. The rescue that brought Megumi back from the edge of consciousness was not random act of kindness, but repayment of debt that had been accumulating interest through years of gratitude. that could never be adequately expressed through words or conventional gestures. Hana Kurusu had spent countless nights remembering the moment when divine dogs had appeared in her darkest hour, their presence serving as harbinger of salvation that had transformed her existence from nightmare of captivity into possibility of freedom and genuine human connection. The hotel room that served as their temporary sanctuary was modest but secure, its ordinary furnishings providing psychological comfort that contrasted sharply with the supernatural dangers that surrounded them within colony boundaries. The normalcy was deliberate choice rather than accident, understanding that recovery from traumatic encounters required environment where basic human needs could be addressed without constant vigilance against threats that had redefined every aspect of daily existence according to principles of survival rather than comfort or emotional well-being. Takaba's presence in this gathering represented convergence of circumstances that seemed coincidental but reflected deeper patterns of attraction between individuals whose unique capabilities and perspectives created opportunities for mutual support that transcended normal categories of alliance or friendship. His reality manipulation technique operated according to principles that were simultaneously profound and absurd, power that could reshape fundamental aspects of existence through application of comedy principles that most sorcerers would dismiss as irrelevant to serious combat or strategic planning. The explanation of Hana's childhood that emerged through their conversations revealed tragedy that challenged every assumption about the nature of cursed spirits and their relationship with human consciousness, her experience with maternal entity that defied conventional understanding of supernatural malevolence, while demonstrating complexity that suggested evolution beyond simple, destructive impulse towards something approaching genuine emotional connection and nurturing instinct. The cursed spirit that had raised her was not predator disguised as protector, but genuine attempt at maternal relationship that transcended normal categories of human and monster through expression of care that was real despite its supernatural origin and unconventional manifestation. The entity's treatment of children under its protection demonstrated intelligence and emotional sophistication that exceeded what most theoretical frameworks suggested was possible for beings created from negative human emotions. And 1.com/c spiritual leakage. The disappearance of children who objected to this arrangement was not necessarily predation, but might have represented relocation or transformation that the maternal spirit considered necessary for their welfare. Its actions governed by understanding of child development and protection that differed from human norms while maintaining essential commitment to nurturing rather than exploitation. The motivation was genuinely caring, despite methods that would appear sinister to observers who lacked context for understanding the spirit's perspective and limitations. The compliance that other children demonstrated was not terror-induced submission, but recognition that their unusual guardian provided security and affection that might not be available through conventional channels, their acceptance reflecting practical assessment of alternatives rather than Stockholm Syndrome or supernatural compulsion. The relationship was complex, but not necessarily abusive, unconventional family structure that served essential needs despite its deviation from normal patterns of child rearing and protection. The philosophical implications of this arrangement extended beyond individual circumstances toward fundamental questions about the evolution of cursed spirits and their potential for development beyond simple malevolence toward more complex emotional states that might eventually approach human capacity for love, sacrifice, and genuine concern for others' welfare The possibility suggested that supernatural entities were not fixed in their essential nature, but capable of growth and change that could transform them from threats into allies, or even family members. The rescue by Megumi's divine dogs had interrupted this unusual domestic arrangement, not because it was inherently harmful, but because it represented isolation from broader human society that would limit Hana's development, and opportunities in ways that the maternal spirit could not recognize or address through its own capabilities and understanding. The intervention was liberation, but also loss. Freedom that came at cost of relationship that had provided genuine care and emotional support, despite its unconventional nature. The gratitude that motivated Hana's current assistance was not simple debt repayment, but recognition of transformation that had opened possibilities for normal human development and connection that would have been impossible within the constraints of her unusual family situation. Regardless of how much genuine affection had characterized that relationship, the rescue had provided opportunities that justified whatever pain the separation had caused, while acknowledging that loss had been real and significant. The negotiation that began regarding Gojo's unsealing addressed practical requirements while navigating complex relationship between Hana's individual personality and Angel's ancient agenda, their shared consciousness creating dynamics that required careful attention to both levels of identity, while ensuring that agreements reached would be honored, regardless of which aspect of their combined existence exercised primary control during crucial moments of implementation. Angel's opposition to reincarnated sorcerers was based on philosophical principles that condemned the practice as violation of natural order that killed original hosts, while allowing ancient consciousness to exploit modern bodies for based purposes that had nothing to do with current circumstances or contemporary needs. The position was morally consistent but tactically problematic, creating conflict between immediate, practical requirements and broader ethical considerations that could not be easily reconciled through compromise or negotiation. The demand for Sukuna's elimination as price for cooperation represented alignment between Angel's principles and practical objectives that others shared, but the requirement that achieving this goal would necessitate Yuji's death created moral complications that challenged everyone's commitment to protecting innocent people while pursuing strategic objectives that served broader welfare. The price was simultaneously reasonable and unacceptable, justified by results while violating values that gave those results meaning. The entry of American military forces into multiple colonies represented escalation that transformed local conflicts into international incidents, with implications that extended far beyond supernatural society toward broader questions about global security and the relationship between conventional military power and cursed energy manipulation. The soldiers' presence indicated that knowledge of the Culling game's existence had spread beyond traditional boundaries, while creating opportunities for casualties that would serve Kenjaku's energy accumulation objectives, regardless of their official mission parameters. The revelation that Kenjaku had disclosed cursed energy's existence to American political leadership demonstrated strategic thinking that extended beyond immediate tactical requirements toward long-term manipulation of international power structures that could serve his objectives while creating chaos that would generate additional energy for the merger ritual. The disclosure was calculated risk that provided immediate benefits while establishing precedents for broader revelation that could transform humanity's understanding of supernatural forces and their role in global affairs. The assessment that individuals like Gojo could power entire nations reflected accurate evaluation of cursed energy potential that had implications extending far beyond immediate military applications toward fundamental transformation of energy production and distribution that could reshape civilization if properly harnessed and controlled. The strategic value was enormous, but so were the risks associated with attempting to exploit forces that conventional understanding was inadequate to manage safely or effectively. The protection mandate that emerged from these discussions created paradoxical situation where American forces were simultaneously hunting and protecting cursed energy users according to criteria that reflected incomplete understanding of supernatural society and its internal dynamics, their mission parameters designed by people whose knowledge was limited to whatever information Kenjaku had chosen to provide for his own strategic purposes. Angel's assessment that their colony had already satisfied energy requirements for the merger ritual created tactical situation where intervention to protect American soldiers would serve humanitarian rather than strategic objectives, their deaths providing no additional benefit for Kenjaku's plans, while representing tragic waste of life that could be prevented through appropriate action by individuals whose capabilities exceeded what conventional military training could provide. Hana's disagreement with Angel's utilitarian calculation reflected human compassion that transcended strategic thinking. Her emotional response to potential casualties, demonstrating values that had been preserved despite years of isolation and unusual upbringing that might have compromised normal development of empathy and concern for others' welfare. The conflict between personalities sharing the same body created internal tension that would affect their cooperation and effectiveness regardless of whatever agreements might be reached regarding broader objectives. The decision to assist endangered soldiers, despite tactical irrelevance, represented moral choice that prioritized individual lives over strategic calculation, understanding that values that could not be maintained under pressure were meaningless philosophical abstractions rather than genuine principles worthy of sacrifice and commitment. The intervention was costly but necessary, validation of humanistic beliefs that gave meaning to broader struggle against forces that sought to reduce people to resources for consumption. The hostility that American forces displayed toward their rescuers reflected institutional conditioning and incomplete information that made gratitude impossible despite genuine assistance, their training and mission parameters creating cognitive framework that interpreted supernatural intervention as threat rather than support regardless of outcomes or intentions. The response was predictable but tragic, demonstrating how misunderstanding could transform potential allies into enemies through ignorance and fear. The broader implications of international involvement in the Culling game suggested that Kenjaku's plans had always included global elements that would transform regional crisis into worldwide transformation. The merger ritual serving as catalyst for changes that would affect every nation and civilization, rather than simply eliminating Japanese population for his experimental purposes. The scope was larger than anyone had initially understood, while the methods remained focused on immediate tactical requirements. The evolution of cursed spirits toward greater intelligence and emotional complexity represented ongoing development that could fundamentally alter the relationship between human consciousness and supernatural forces. Entities like the maternal spirit demonstrating potential for growth that challenged traditional assumptions about the nature of curses and their capacity for positive relationships with the people they affected through their existence and activities. The questions raised by these observations extended beyond tactical considerations toward philosophical exploration of consciousness, identity, and the possibility of redemption for beings whose origins were rooted in negative human emotions, but whose development might transcend those limitations through experiences that encouraged growth rather than simply reinforcing destructive patterns that had characterized their initial manifestation. The alliance between Hana and Angel represented model for cooperation that might be possible between human and supernatural consciousness, when shared objectives created opportunities for mutual benefit rather than exploitation. Their relationship demonstrating that coexistence could serve both parties' interests while maintaining individual identity and autonomy within collaborative framework. The rescue of American soldiers became symbol of values that transcended tactical calculation, proof that humanitarian principles could be maintained even when strategic thinking suggested that such commitments were inefficient or counterproductive. The action validated moral framework that would be necessary for building better world after current crisis had been resolved through whatever means proved necessary and effective. The recognition that cursed spirits could evolve beyond their origins suggested hope for transformation that extended beyond immediate tactical requirements toward fundamental change in how supernatural and human consciousness could relate to each other through understanding and cooperation, rather than simply conflict and mutual destruction that had characterized their relationship throughout recorded history. The star corridors that served as Master Tengen's sanctuary had been transformed from place of contemplation and ancient wisdom into battlefield, where the fate of human consciousness itself would be determined through confrontation between individuals whose philosophical differences had been refined through centuries of observation and analysis into irreconcilable positions about the nature of existence and the proper relationship between power and responsibility. The spiritual architecture that had once provided peaceful environment for meditation and study now hummed with tension that reflected the magnitude of what was approaching, ancient barriers straining to contain energies that exceeded what they had been designed to handle. The conversation between Yuki Tsukumo and Master Tengen that preceded the inevitable battle addressed moral complexities that had been avoided for too long. Uncomfortable questions about the star plasma vessel system and its ethical implications that challenged fundamental assumptions about institutional righteousness and the prices that had been paid to maintain stability through methods that might not have been necessary if alternative approaches had been explored with genuine commitment to finding better solutions. The revelation that Tengen could have survived without merging with star plasma vessels struck Yuki with force that transcended mere intellectual discovery toward personal betrayal, that recontextualized her entire existence as someone whose life had been defined by connection to system that might have been elaborate deception designed to maintain control through manufactured necessity. The barrier techniques that could have preserved Tengen's sanity without requiring young women to sacrifice their individual existence represented knowledge that had been suppressed or ignored in favor of procedures that served institutional interests rather than genuine requirements. The impact was particularly devastating for Yuki because her own status as star plasma vessel, who had not been chosen for merger, had created psychological burden that had influenced every decision throughout her career, guilt and gratitude combining to motivate research and service that might have developed differently if she had understood that her survival was not miraculous exception, but evidence that the entire system was based on false premises that served political rather than practical purposes. The feeling that connected her to every other vessel who had been consumed by Tengen was not mystical bond, but psychological trauma that reflected survivors' guilt magnified through supernatural awareness of consciousness that had been extinguished to preserve stability that could have been maintained through methods that would have allowed those young women to live full lives while serving the same essential functions that their deaths had supposedly made possible. Choso's decision to engage Kenjaku in single combat was motivated not by tactical calculation, but by paternal obligation that transcended strategic thinking, his need to understand the nature of his creation and purpose, driving him toward confrontation that would provide answers, even if those answers came at cost of his own destruction. The biological connection between them was not simple family relationship, but complex web of manipulation and experimentation that had produced artificial life for purposes that exceeded what natural reproduction could achieve through conventional means. The parental beatings that he received were simultaneously physical assault and psychological torture, Kenjaku's casual violence reflecting contempt for creations that had served their purpose while developing independence and moral principles that interfered with broader objectives that required obedience rather than ethical consideration. The attacks were designed to demonstrate powerlessness while providing information that would reveal the true scope of plans that had been developing for far longer than any contemporary observer could appreciate. The exposition that accompanied this violence revealed Kenjaku's fundamental motivation as pursuit of entertainment rather than philosophical conviction, his millennium of planning and manipulation driven not by commitment to improving human condition, but by curiosity about what would happen if existing systems were destroyed and replaced with something unprecedented in scope and implications. The revelation was more disturbing than malevolent ideology because it reduced everything to experiment conducted by consciousness that had lived long enough to become bored with normal possibilities. The identification of Yuji as Eye of the Storm created framework for understanding his engineered nature and designed purpose, his existence serving as focal point for events that would culminate in transformation that required vessel capable of containing whatever entity would emerge from the merger of Tengen with human consciousness. The role was not accidental but intended, his development guided through experiences that would prepare him for function that normal human physiology could never fulfill adequately. The implication that the chain of curses would never end while Yuji and Sukuna both existed provided logical foundation for elimination strategies that prioritized long-term stability over individual welfare, but it also suggested that current conflicts were merely symptoms of deeper problems that could only be addressed through approaches that transcended conventional thinking about how supernatural forces related to human civilization and its ongoing development. The techniques that Choso employed in desperate attempt to force revelation of Kenjaku's capabilities drew upon memories of his deceased brothers, their inherited abilities, providing foundation for innovations that exceeded what individual development could achieve through normal training and experience. The blood manipulation that he channeled through emotional connection to family members who had been eliminated created effects that pushed his capabilities beyond established limitations, while demonstrating power of bonds that transcended death. The gravity manipulation that Kenjaku revealed in response to this pressure represented acquisition of technique that had been stolen from Kaori Itadori, the woman whose body he had violated to create Yuji, according to specifications that had been refined through centuries of experimentation and observation. The ability was not his original power, but trophy taken from someone whose only crime had been possessing capabilities that served his long-term planning, while being vulnerable to possession that normal humans could never resist or survive intact. The entrance that Yuki made into this battle represented escalation to genuinely dangerous levels of combat. Her Star Rage technique and Garuda Shikigami, providing capabilities that could challenge even ancient consciousness that had accumulated power through methods that contemporary sorcerers had never been forced to develop or master. The virtual mass manipulation that defined her abilities created effects that transcended normal categories of attack and defense through application of principles that few practitioners understood well enough to counter effectively. The single strike that overpowered and exercised divine general-level curse demonstrated raw power that exceeded what most special-grade sorcerers could achieve through sustained effort, her technique granting virtual mass without corresponding reduction in speed, creating combination that violated normal expectations about trade-offs between different aspects of physical performance. The ability was simultaneously elegant and overwhelming, proof that innovative approaches to cursed energy manipulation could produce capabilities that matched traditional methods while offering advantages that conventional techniques could never duplicate. The collaborative strategy that she developed with Tengen represented fusion of contemporary innovation with ancient wisdom. Their plan to neutralize Kenjaku's domain through barrier manipulation, reflecting understanding of how different techniques could be integrated to create effects that neither could achieve independently. The approach was theoretically sound but practically risky, requiring perfect timing and coordination that would be difficult to maintain under pressure from opponent whose capabilities exceeded what either had previously encountered. The miscalculation that doomed their strategy involved incomplete understanding of how Kenjaku's domain expansion operated. Their assumption that it would follow conventional patterns of barrier construction proving incorrect when confronted with innovation that transcended established rules through application of principles that few contemporary practitioners had mastered or even studied. The domain's lack of outer shell eliminated the foundation for their counter-strategy while providing advantages that conventional analysis had not anticipated. The simple domain that Yuki deployed as emergency response was quickly stripped away by techniques that had been specifically developed to counter such defensive measures, her improvised protection proving inadequate against assault that had been planned and refined through extensive preparation and analysis of potential countermeasures that opponents might employ. The failure was not technical incompetence, but strategic limitation, insufficient information about enemy capabilities, creating vulnerabilities that could not be addressed through conventional approaches. The grievous injury that she sustained from single attack demonstrated gap between their capabilities that could not be bridged through determination or tactical innovation. Her mutilated arm, serving as proof that raw power could overcome sophisticated strategy when applied by consciousness that had accumulated advantages through methods that contemporary development could never match within normal temporal limitations. The damage was both physical wound and psychological shock, evidence of mortality that enhanced combat ability could not eliminate. The mini-maximum Uzumaki that created hole through her torso was calculated to prevent effective deployment of reverse curse technique, the positioning and timing designed to maximize damage, while minimizing her capacity for recovery that might allow continued resistance to assault that was intended to eliminate rather than simply disable. The technique was efficient and devastating, proof of experience that had refined killing methods through centuries of application against opponents whose capabilities had provided educational opportunities for improvement. The intervention attempt by Chozo was neutralized through casual application of Prison Realm's back as weapon, rather than sealing device. The artifact's weight and supernatural properties providing blunt instrument that could incapacitate without requiring cursed energy, expenditure, or technique deployment that might create vulnerabilities to counterattack. The use was simultaneously practical and insulting. Dismissal of threat that acknowledged capability while demonstrating superiority. The final gambit that Yuki employed in her death throes represented ultimate expression of her technique's potential. Virtual mass manipulation pushed to theoretical limits that transcended normal applications to toward creation of gravitational singularity that could consume everything within its event horizon. The black hole that emerged from her sacrifice was both weapon and statement, proof that human consciousness could achieve effects that challenged fundamental forces of nature when motivation was sufficient to justify complete self-destruction. The escape that Kenjaku achieved through anti-gravity technique demonstrated how thoroughly he had analyzed and prepared counters for every possible threat that contemporary sorcerers might deploy against him. The original form of his stolen ability providing perfect neutralization of gravitational effects that would have eliminated anyone whose preparation was less comprehensive. The survival was not luck, but planning, demonstration of advantages that accumulated through centuries of methodical preparation. The goodbye that he offered to his captured friend reflected genuine sentiment that complicated simple characterization as purely malevolent entity, his relationship with Tengen carrying emotional weight that suggested capacity for connection that transcended utilitarian calculation while remaining subordinate to objectives that required betrayal of even meaningful relationships in service of experiment that had become more important than any individual bond or moral consideration. The devastation that followed Tengen's capture extended beyond immediate tactical setback toward existential threat to every barrier and protective measure that had maintained separation between human civilization and supernatural forces that constantly sought opportunities to exploit weakness or vulnerability. The systems that had operated automatically for centuries would begin failing without conscious oversight that only Tengen could provide through capabilities that no other entity possessed or could develop within time frame that current crisis would allow. The rush to inform remaining allies of this catastrophic development created urgency that transformed every subsequent decision into calculation of time versus preparation, speed versus thoroughness, immediate action versus optimal planning that might arrive too late to prevent consequences that would make tactical success meaningless in face of strategic defeat that eliminated everyone worth protecting through victory, achieved at unacceptable cost. The transfer of points that consolidated resources into Megami's account represented pragmatic response to circumstances that required immediate rule modification to create opportunities for survival that game mechanics had been specifically designed to prevent. The concentration of power reflecting understanding that distributed resources would be insufficient to achieve objectives that demanded unprecedented intervention in systems that had been constructed to resist exactly such manipulation. The rules that were added through this point expenditure created framework for voluntary departure from game participation, while providing mechanism for recruiting replacement players who had not been subject to original awakening process that had bound most participants to deadly competition, regardless of their personal preferences or moral objections to eliminating other people for strategic advantage or simple survival requirements. The revelation that Sumiki had been possessed by reincarnated consciousness rather than simply awakened to cursed technique abilities transformed personal rescue mission into encounter with historical entity whose objectives aligned with broader pattern of ancient sorcerers seeking confrontation, with legendary figures whose reputations had motivated their participation in Kenjaku's schemes. The deception had been perfect and devastating. Emotional manipulation that exploited family bonds to create vulnerability that could be leveraged for tactical advantage. The binding vow that Sukuna had negotiated with Kenjaku without Yuji's knowledge or consent represented violation that transcended normal categories of betrayal toward fundamental compromise of autonomy that transformed voluntary participant into unwilling asset whose capabilities could be deployed according to agenda that served interests completely opposed to everything he had committed his existence to protecting and preserving. through whatever sacrifice such commitment might eventually require. The elimination of Angel and dismemberment of Yuji that followed Sukuna's manifestation demonstrated power that exceeded what contemporary sorcerers could address through conventional resistance. The King of Curses, operating according to principles that transcended normal limitations, while pursuing objectives that required elimination of anyone whose capabilities might interfere with plans that had been developing through collaboration between ancient consciousness that shared commitment to transformation that would eliminate current reality in favor of something unprecedented and terrible. The feeding of severed finger to Megumi represented culmination of manipulation that had been guided through experiences designed to create precisely the psychological vulnerability that would make possession possible, his despair and confusion providing opening that allowed transfer of consciousness from willing vessel to selected replacement, whose capabilities and social connections made him more valuable for purposes that required integration rather than simple elimination of opposition to plans that were approaching implementation phase after centuries of careful preparation. The revelation that shattered every assumption about family loyalty and personal identity came not through dramatic confrontation, but through casual conversation that exposed deception so profound that it retroactively poisoned every moment of supposed reconciliation and hope that had sustained Megumi throughout the darkest periods of his recent existence. The sister whose rescue had motivated his participation in deadly games and desperate alliances was not Sumiki at all, but ancient consciousness that had been wearing her face with such perfect precision that even intimate knowledge of her personality and mannerisms had been insufficient to detect the substitution. Yorozu's true identity as reincarnated sorcerer from the Heian era represented convergence of historical obsession with contemporary tragedy, her millennium-long infatuation with Sukuna having survived death and resurrection, to manifest as driving force that subordinated every other consideration to her desperate need for acknowledgement from someone whose power had defined her understanding of what made existence meaningful. The love that she proclaimed was not sentiment but pathology, attachment that had transcended normal categories of affection towards something approaching religious devotion that could accept no outcome except complete possession of its object. The construction technique that had defined her original existence was not mere cursed energy manipulation, but expression of creative desire that sought to reshape reality according to specifications that reflected her inner vision of perfect harmony between power and beauty. Her ability to manifest physical objects from spiritual energy represented artistic temperament, channeled through supernatural capability, creativity that had been refined through centuries of obsessive focus on single target, whose appreciation she craved above all other forms of validation or achievement. The binding vow that she negotiated with Sukuna reflected understanding that normal courtship was impossible when dealing with entity whose conception of relationships existed entirely outside conventional frameworks of mutual affection and respect. The proposal that she could marry his corpse if she succeeded in killing him represented acknowledgement that death was the only intimacy he was capable of providing, destruction serving as expression of whatever passed for love in consciousness that had been shaped by unlimited power and complete isolation from meaningful human connection. The 1-minute binding vow that Sukuna had exploited to seize control of Yuji's body was a masterpiece of legal manipulation that demonstrated how carefully constructed supernatural contracts could be twisted to serve purposes that their original intent had never contemplated or authorized. The restriction against harming others during his period of control had seemed like adequate safeguard, until the revelation that Yuji himself was not included in this protection, creating a loophole that transformed mercy into weapon against the very person whose compassion had made such terms possible. The neutralization of Angel that followed his manifestation was swift and efficient, demonstrating that even the most powerful technique nullification abilities were useless when applied by someone whose understanding of combat transcended normal categories of attack and defense. The elimination was not personal animosity, but practical necessity, removing obstacle that could have interfered with plans that required uninterrupted access to targets whose elimination served broader strategic objectives rather than simple malice or competitive satisfaction. The dismemberment of Yuji's finger was calculated cruelty designed to demonstrate power while creating psychological pressure that would destabilize opponents whose emotional investment in his welfare made them vulnerable. Manipulation through threats that transcended normal, tactical considerations. The mutilation was symbol rather than practical injury, proof that mercy and compassion created weaknesses that could be exploited by consciousness that had abandoned such limitations in favor of pure effectiveness regardless of moral cost. The attempt by Megumi to summon Mahoraga represented desperate application of technique that had proven effective in previous encounters, but Sukuna's presence during Shibuya had provided comprehensive analysis of the Shikigami's capabilities and limitations that made countermeasures possible, despite the overwhelming power that the creature represented when properly deployed. The familiarity eliminated advantages that surprise and unpredictability might have provided, while creating opportunities for exploitation that careful observation had revealed. The subdual that preceded forced consumption of Sukuna's finger was accomplished through techniques that exceeded what Megumi's defensive capabilities could resist. Centuries of accumulated experience, providing knowledge of pressure points and manipulation methods that could overcome even enhanced resistance through application of force that was precisely calibrated to achieve compliance without causing damage that might interfere with subsequent possession requirements. The vessel transfer that followed represented culmination of planning that had identified Megumi as optimal replacement for Yuji, based on capabilities and social connections that made him more valuable for purposes that required integration with existing power structures rather than simple elimination of opposition to plans that were approaching final implementation phase. The 10 Shadows technique that he had inherited provided access to abilities that complemented Sukuna's own powers while offering tactical advantages that previous vessel had been unable to provide. The immediate transformation that occurred upon successful possession demonstrated how thoroughly Sukuna's consciousness could overwhelm and suppress host personality when resistance was compromised through psychological trauma and spiritual exhaustion that had been systematically cultivated through experiences designed to create exactly the vulnerability that made such transfer possible. The change was instantaneous and complete. Individual identity submerged beneath ancient malevolence that had been waiting centuries for opportunity to return to full power. The manifestation of Nu that followed this possession revealed how dramatically the Shikigami's capabilities were enhanced when channeled through consciousness that understood their true potential, rather than limiting their application through conventional thinking about appropriate scale and tactical deployment. The creature that emerged was not the modest, bird-like entity that Megumi had typically summoned, but colossal beast, whose size and power exceeded what normal 10 Shadows inheritance was supposed to provide through standard development and training. The electrical discharge that accompanied this enhanced manifestation created environmental effects that incapacitated everyone within range, regardless of their individual defensive capabilities or resistance to supernatural assault. The attack serving as demonstration of power while clearing battlefield of potential interference that might complicate subsequent operations that required uninterrupted focus on primary objectives rather than defensive reactions to multiple simultaneous threats. The survival and recovery of Angel from this overwhelming assault represented resilience that exceeded what normal constitution could provide, her symbiotic relationship with Hana creating redundancy that allowed continued function despite damage that would have eliminated purely human consciousness. The Jacob's Ladder technique that she prepared in response was specifically designed to purify curses through spiritual rather than physical destruction, offering potential for elimination that transcended normal categories of combat effectiveness. The exploitation of Hana's emotional attachment to Megumi that prevented successful deployment of this ultimate technique demonstrated psychological sophistication that could identify and manipulate vulnerability even in opponents whose commitment to elimination was supposedly absolute. The recognition that genuine affection could compromise tactical judgment created opportunity for intimate assault that was more devastating than any physical attack could have been. The philosophical discussion that Sukuna initiated with Yuji addressed fundamental questions about weakness and strength that reflected his understanding of how moral commitment created limitations that could be exploited by consciousness that had abandoned such constraints in favor of pure effectiveness. The analysis was simultaneously accurate and horrible. Recognition of truth that served malevolent purposes while acknowledging realities that more compassionate perspectives preferred to ignore or minimize. The frustrated boredom that characterized his assessment of their encounter reflected genuine disappointment that someone with Yuji's potential had chosen to maintain human limitations rather than embracing transcendence that would have made him worthy opponent or interesting challenge. The dismissal was not mere insult, but statement of values that prioritized power over connection, individual excellence over collective welfare, strength over everything that made strength meaningful in human terms. The lethal assault that he launched against Yuji was intercepted by Megumi's residual consciousness, operating from within their shared body, the host's personality maintaining sufficient coherence to limit cursed energy output to 10% of its normal capacity, while demonstrating that complete possession was not as absolute as initial appearances had suggested. The resistance was both hope and tragedy, proof that individual identity could survive even overwhelming spiritual invasion, while being powerless to prevent its exploitation for purposes that violated everything it valued. The arrival of Maki as potential ally in this desperate situation created tactical complexity that forced Sukuna to divide his attention between multiple threats while managing internal resistance that compromised his combat effectiveness at crucial moments when perfect focus was essential for maintaining advantages that had been achieved through careful planning and precise execution. The 2-against-1 odds were manageable but not negligible, requiring strategic thinking that accounted for variables that individual combat had not presented. The split-soul katana that Maki wielded represented exactly the kind of threat that could affect Sukuna on fundamental levels, rather than simply causing physical damage that enhanced regeneration could repair without lasting consequence. The weapon's ability to cut souls directly created vulnerability that even overwhelming power could not protect against through conventional defensive measures, making elimination or disarmament essential rather than merely tactically advantageous. The intervention by Uro that froze both attackers in place provided exactly the kind of assistance that allowed Sukuna to withdraw from engagement that was developing unfavorably while maintaining dignity and strategic position that would be necessary for subsequent operations. The sky manipulation technique that immobilized his opponents was perfectly timed intervention that suggested coordination rather than coincidence, planning that had anticipated exactly such circumstances and prepared appropriate responses. The bath in cursed spirit essence that served as his immediate destination was not luxury but necessity. The concentrated malevolence, providing spiritual reinforcement that would accelerate the process of overwhelming Megumi's residual resistance while purifying Sukuna's own consciousness of whatever contamination might have, occurred through prolonged coexistence with human sentiment and moral consideration. The immersion was simultaneously practical requirement and symbolic purification that would prepare him for challenges that demanded absolute focus and ruthless effectiveness. The journey to Sendai Colony that followed this spiritual cleansing represented strategic decision to eliminate Yorozu through use of Megumi's own body and techniques, understanding that psychological impact of such violation would complete the destruction of host personality, that physical assault and spiritual contamination had begun. The plan was elegant in its cruelty while serving practical objectives that required removal of obstacles to complete control over vessel whose capabilities were essential for broader agenda. The confrontation with Yorozu that ensued was simultaneously battle between ancient lovers and demonstration of power that served educational purposes for consciousness that was struggling to maintain coherence despite systematic assault on every aspect of its identity and moral foundation. The techniques that Sukuna deployed were specifically chosen to showcase capabilities that Megumi had never achieved, while proving that his potential had been wasted through inadequate ambition and excessive concern for others' welfare. The tragic love story that motivated Yorozu's obsession was revealed through combat that demonstrated how completely one-sided her devotion had always been. Sukuna's casual dismissal of her feelings reflecting inability to comprehend attachment that was not based on mutual benefit or strategic advantage. The relationship was pathological from inception while remaining genuine from her perspective, creating dynamic that could only end in destruction, regardless of tactical outcomes or technical achievements. The binding vow that she had negotiated was fulfilled through her elimination rather than victory, death providing the intimacy that life had made impossible, while demonstrating that love could persist even when it was neither returned nor acknowledged by its object. The marriage to corpse that she had requested was simultaneously granted and denied, union achieved through destruction rather than conventional commitment, while serving Sukuna's objectives rather than her own romantic aspirations. The complete breakdown of Megumi's soul that followed his sister's death achieved through use of his own body and inherited techniques represented final victory in campaign that had systematically eliminated every source of resistance or moral authority that might have interfered with absolute possession of vessel whose capabilities were now completely available for deployment according to agenda that transcended individual welfare in favor of cosmic transformation that would affect everyone whose existence depended on current reality remaining intact and stable. The emergence from 8,000 meters beneath the ocean floor was not gentle resurrection, but violent rebirth that announced the return of absolute power to a world that had grown accustomed to operating without the stabilizing presence of someone whose mere existence had maintained balances that lesser beings could never achieve through collective effort or institutional cooperation. The earthquake that accompanied Satoru Gojo's liberation was not accidental side effect, but deliberate demonstration that his imprisonment had not diminished capabilities that transcended normal categories of strength and technique, spatial manipulation on geological scale, serving a statement that his captivity was ending according to his will rather than external circumstances. The prison realm's dissolution through Jacob's ladder had required Angel's complete commitment of remaining spiritual reserves, her technique operating at theoretical limits to effect artifact that had been designed to resist exactly such intervention through methods that its creators had refined over centuries of development and testing. The success was testament to power that exceeded what most contemporary sorcerers could achieve, while representing sacrifice that left her incapable of contributing to subsequent conflicts that would determine whether her effort had served meaningful purpose or merely delayed inevitable defeat. The burial site that Kenjaku had chosen for the sealed artifact represented strategic thinking that understood how environmental factors could be exploited to create additional obstacles for rescue attempts. The oceanic depths, providing natural barrier that would complicate any effort to locate and retrieve the prison realm, even if its general location became known through investigation or intelligence gathering. The placement was both practical security measure and psychological torture, isolation that emphasized helplessness while creating logistical challenges that might prove insurmountable for anyone lacking specific capabilities. The instantaneous teleportation that brought Gojo directly to Kenjaku's location demonstrated mastery over spatial relationships that had been enhanced rather than diminished by his period of confinement. The prison realm's supernatural constraints serving as training environment that had forced evolution in his understanding of how distance and proximity could be manipulated through application of principles that few practitioners ever grasped adequately. The technique was simultaneously a rival and threat, peaceful manifestation that carried implications of overwhelming violence should circumstances require such escalation. The reunion between former classmates was conducted with formal courtesy that acknowledged their shared history while recognizing that philosophical differences had created gulf that personal affection could not bridge. Their conversation carrying weight of decades spent developing incompatible approaches to fundamental questions about power, responsibility, and the proper relationship between exceptional individuals and ordinary society that depended on their restraint and protection. The interruption by Sukuna that prevented immediate resolution of their conflict represented convergence of multiple agenda that had been developing independently while sharing common interest in eliminating obstacles to their respective plans for reshaping reality according to specifications that transcended normal human understanding or moral framework. The King of Curses' desire for meaningful combat aligned with Kenjaku's need for distraction that would prevent interference with merger preparations that required uninterrupted focus and temporal stability. The binding vow that postponed their ultimate confrontation until December 24th created framework for preparation that would benefit both parties while serving broader strategic objectives that required specific timing and environmental conditions for optimal results. The delay was not mercy but practical necessity, acknowledgement that hasty engagement might compromise outcomes that had been planned for too long to risk through inadequate preparation or suboptimal circumstances. The month of intensive training that followed this negotiated postponement represented opportunity for every participant to push their capabilities beyond previous limitations, while preparing for conflicts that would test everything they had learned about themselves and their relationships to power that could reshape civilization. The period was simultaneously preparation and meditation, technical development and spiritual exploration of what it meant to face challenges that exceeded what normal human existence was designed to handle or survive. The evolution that Yuji underwent during this crucial period reflected systematic development of potential that had been suppressed or misdirected throughout his earlier growth, his engineered nature finally expressing capabilities that had been built into his fundamental spiritual architecture through methods that transcended normal reproduction and child development. The changes were dramatic but not surprising to observers who understood how carefully his creation had been planned and executed through Kenjaku's long-term manipulation. The soul swap technique that he mastered through study of research materials that Yuki had left behind represented innovation that pushed the boundaries of what cursed energy manipulation could achieve when guided by theoretical understanding that had been refined through decades of investigation and experimentation. The ability to exchange consciousness between bodies created tactical possibilities that conventional combat training could never address, while providing insights into the nature of identity and physical embodiment that challenged fundamental assumptions about individual existence. The blood manipulation that he acquired through consumption of remaining death-painting wombs was not random power accumulation, but strategic inheritance of capabilities that had been specifically designed to complement his existing abilities while providing access to techniques that shared genetic foundation with his own artificially created physiology. The integration was seamless because it had been planned from inception, different aspects of Kenjaku's experimentation finally combining to produce effects that exceeded what any component could achieve independently. The transformation of his relationship with cursed energy from conscious control toward unconscious integration represented maturation that eliminated delay between intention and execution, while creating harmony between spiritual power, physical capability that few sorcerers ever achieved, regardless of their training or inherent potential. The development was both natural progression and designed outcome, evolution that had been anticipated and prepared for through experiences that had forced growth under circumstances that conventional education could never duplicate. The book that Yuki had left as final gift contained theoretical framework for understanding cursed energy manipulation at levels that transcended normal educational approaches, her research providing foundation for innovations that could be developed by individuals whose capabilities and circumstances made such advanced techniques practically applicable, rather than merely academic curiosities. The knowledge was simultaneously legacy and weapon, memorial that could serve constructive purposes for those worthy of its insights. The cursed object qualities that Yuji had developed through prolonged exposure to Sukuna's spiritual energy represented fundamental change in his essential nature that moved him beyond normal categories of human or sorcerer toward something that partook of both while transcending limitations that normally constrained either classification. The transformation was irreversible, but not necessarily negative. Evolution that opened possibilities while closing others, according to patterns that reflected his designed purpose and chosen values. The month-long preparation period allowed other participants to develop capabilities and strategies that would be necessary for survival against opponents whose power had been accumulating for centuries, while their understanding of combat had been refined through experiences that contemporary training could never provide or duplicate. The urgency that drove this development created conditions where growth occurred at accelerated pace while maintaining focus on practical application rather than theoretical perfection. The collaborative training that emerged between former enemies and unlikely allies demonstrated how existential threat could create cooperation that transcended normal categories of friendship or institutional loyalty. Shared recognition that individual survival depended on collective success, creating bonds that were simultaneously pragmatic and profound. The relationships that developed during this period would define how participants approached challenges that required coordination and mutual support, despite philosophical differences that might otherwise have prevented effective collaboration. The strategic planning that occupied the final weeks before December 24th addressed logistical requirements, while attempting to predict and prepare for contingencies that could affect outcomes in ways that individual preparation could not address through personal development alone. The discussions were comprehensive but necessarily incomplete, acknowledging that the challenges they would face had been specifically designed to exceed what conventional analysis could anticipate or standard countermeasures could effectively neutralize. The philosophical discussions that accompanied technical preparation explored fundamental questions about strength, sacrifice, and the proper relationship between power and responsibility that would determine not just tactical decisions but the moral framework within which those decisions would be made and evaluated. The conversations were simultaneously abstract exploration and practical planning, theoretical understanding, and strategic preparation for choices that would define their characters and determine the future of everyone whose welfare depended on their success. The psychological preparation that was required for confronting challenges that exceeded normal human experience involved not just mental conditioning, but spiritual exploration of what it meant to accept responsibility for outcomes that could affect millions of people while maintaining individual identity and moral compass that would prevent power from corrupting judgment or motivation. The process was individualized but shared. Personal growth that served collective objectives while remaining true to values that gave such service meaning. The final week before the appointed confrontation was marked by completion of preparations that had consumed every available resource while creating atmosphere of anticipation that combined hope with resignation, determination with acceptance that outcomes remained uncertain. Despite overwhelming commitment and sacrifice that had characterized everyone's development throughout the training period, the mood was somber but not despairing. Recognition of stakes that transcended individual welfare, while maintaining faith that their efforts could influence results in ways that justified whatever price victory might ultimately demand. The binding vow that governed the December 24th encounter had been crafted with precision that eliminated ambiguity, while creating framework for confrontation that would be determined by capability and will rather than circumstance or external interference. The terms were simple but absolute, acknowledgement that their conflict could only be resolved through methods that transcended negotiation or compromise in favor of direct demonstration of whose vision for the future possessed sufficient power to overcome opposition and establish new reality according to specifications that winner would determine through victory. The stage had been set for confrontation that would determine not just individual fates, but the trajectory of human civilization and its relationship with supernatural forces that had been influencing its development since consciousness first recognized the difference between protection and domination, service and exploitation, love and power as fundamental choices that defined what it meant to be human while possessing capabilities that transcended normal human limitations and moral frameworks that had been developed for addressing challenges that operated within comprehensible parameters. The strongest sorcerer was returning to active service with capabilities enhanced through suffering and isolation, while maintaining commitment to values that had guided his entire existence, understanding that strength without wisdom was mere destruction, but that wisdom without power was inadequate for protecting what he valued against forces that respected only overwhelming demonstration of superior capability and absolute determination to preserve what was precious, regardless of personal cost or sacrifice that such preservation might ultimately require from those capable of providing it. And so the elaborate game reaches its crescendo, 1,000 years of planning converging into a single moment where the fate of humanity itself hangs in the balance. The Culling game was never truly about survival or competition, but about transformation, the willing and unwilling metamorphosis of everything we understand about strength, sacrifice, and the bonds that define us. As players scattered across 10 colonies fought for points and survival, the real battle was always for the soul of existence itself. The ancient and modern collide. Friends become enemies, and the strongest must face the ultimate test of their convictions. Rest now, knowing that even in the darkest games, hope persists in the hearts of those who refuse to surrender their humanity, even when the rules demand nothing less than everything they hold dear. Sweet dreams, travelers. The game may end, but the story of those who dared to play it continues forever.